Chapter 3861. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded the expectations of the Extreme Supremes. Legends of the Extreme Tao were indeed powerful. Although the blue-haired youth who was defeated by Gu Fei's spirit sense was furious, he didn't dare to attack Gu Fei. The gap between the two of them was simply too great. Even the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others who were standing behind Gu Fei were inexplicably shocked by the scene. Just a single spiritual sense attack had defeated a sovereign. The blue-haired Supreme's background wasn't simple either. He was an old ancestor of the water race who achieved his Tao 1,000,000 years ago. He was also a famous extreme Tao expert. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't care about the blue-haired youth. In his eyes, this fellow was merely an ant. Rumble! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The wheel of the heavens and earth erupted with a supreme, extreme Tao energy. Ancient Tao runes appeared on it. It was as though each Tao rune was a world of its own. This was an incomparably shocking scene. It was as though there were billions of worlds evolving. This was the wheel of the heavens and earth, a supreme extreme Tao artifact known as the number 1 in the primogenitor world. However, this Tao artifact was actually damaged. This made Gu Fei very curious. Who could damage the primogenitor realm's number 1 extreme Tao artifact to such an extent? Although it was just a quick glance, Gu Fei had already clearly seen the supreme Tao artifact in the sky. At least 1/3 of the supreme Tao artifact was destroyed. However, even if 1/3 of it was destroyed, this supreme Tao artifact was still unbelievably powerful, and it could easily kill ordinary supreme venerables. Even Gu Fei was a little moved. If this extreme Tao artifact wasn't damaged, wouldn't its might be even more terrifying? It was truly unimaginable. This wheel of the heavens and earth is so powerful. It seems like we won't be able to take it away, even if we join forces. The Black Tortoise stared at the ball of divine light in the sky with a fanatical gaze. This was the wheel of the heavens and earth, known as the number 1 extreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor world. If one could obtain this extreme Tao artifact, there was a possibility of becoming the ruler of the primogenitor world. One must know that that was the ruler of the primogenitor world. The primogenitor's world was an almost endless world that reigned above all other worlds. Becoming the ruler of all other worlds was equivalent to becoming the ruler of all other worlds. In the entire primogenitor realm, who didn't want the wheel of heavens and worlds? However, it was obvious that it wasn't that easy to obtain the wheel of the myriad realms. This was also the reason why those extreme grade supremes had joined forces. An extreme grade sovereign couldn't suppress the wheel of heavens and myriad realms. However, from the looks of it, even if several extreme Tao sovereigns attacked at the same time, they might not be able to suppress the universal world wheel. For a moment, no one made a move. "Brother Gu, look," Sovereign Black Tortoise said to Gu Fei. The others looked at Gu Fei. Among the 8 paragons, Gu Fei's cultivation was the highest. In the primogenitor realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. Therefore, even though the Black Tortoise and the others had cultivated for a much longer time than Gu Fei, they still didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei. Let them have some fun first. Gu Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, although the wheel of heavens and worlds was known as the number 1 extreme grade Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm, it wasn't essential to him. It was merely a broken extreme grade Tao artifact. Its power was extremely unstable and difficult to control. Even if he could obtain it, it would be a hot potato. Moreover, this extreme grade Tao artifact had an inexplicable connection with the primogenitor mountain. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to take the wheel of heavens and worlds away. Everyone was speechless when they heard Gu Fei's words. How could he be so relaxed at such a time? At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly looked towards a mountain peak at the side and saw an old man standing at the peak. His aura was actually perfectly integrated with the surrounding heaven and earth. even with Gu Fei's cultivation. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. At this moment, the protector of the Primogenitum mountain range had already retreated into the Primogenitum mountain and no longer appeared. This made the extreme supremes heave a sigh of relief. However, the protector of the Primogenitum mountain range was still a threat. No one knew when he would come out again. The gray-robed old man on the mountain peak suddenly turned to look at Gu Fei and nodded at Gu Fei. However, at this moment, a terrifying extreme-grade aura came from another direction. The entire heaven and earth was filled with this aura, causing the extreme supremes' hearts to palpitate. This is... Gu Fei looked in the direction of the aura and saw a black-robed old man standing on a stone mountain over 100,000 miles away. Unlike the gray-robed old man from before, this black-robed old man did not conceal his aura at all. Just by standing there, he was domineering and the surrounding void trembled because of his existence. These were two extremes. The encounter between these two existences made Gu Fei a little curious. I didn't expect these two fellows to come. Deranged Taoist couldn't help frowning when he saw the two old men. Fellow Taoist, do you know the origins of these two? Supreme Sky Peng asked Deranged Taoist. Among all the Supremes present, Deranged Taoist had lived longer than any of them. He was truly a super antique. That fella who is one with the Heavenly Tao is called the Heavenly Tao Sovereign. Hee. There's actually someone who calls himself the Heavenly Tao. What a joke! Deranged Taoist reeked of alcohol as if he was half drunk, comparing himself to the Heavenly Tao. Everyone was shocked when they heard Deranged Taoist's words. This old man's cultivation was definitely incredible. What about the other one? Supreme Golden Sage asked curiously. The other one? Isn't it just the overlord with a fiery temper? Deranged Taoist swayed unstably as if he was really drunk. Ancient overlord? He's actually still alive? Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were shocked. They had never heard of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign who compared himself to the Heavenly Tao, but the Ancient Overlord was different. The Ancient Overlord came from the Tyrant clan, which used to be one of the most powerful clans in the Primogenitor realm. However, in ancient times, for some unknown reason, the extremely prosperous tyrants actually disappeared overnight. Even the tyrant's ancestral land had disappeared. Since then, the Tyrant clan had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Ancient Overlord actually appeared here at this time. How could Supreme Black Tortoise and the others not be shocked? After so many years, the Tyrant clan was finally going to appear again? The appearance of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign and the Ancient Overlord immediately caused the atmosphere around the Primogenitum mountain to become a little strange. All the Supremes were watching. The Tao weapon he left behind. The Ancient Overlord ignored Gu Fei and the others. He just stared at the ball of divine light in the sky. The fluctuation of the extreme Tao power that erupted from the ball of divine light was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the universal realm will seem to be endless, and it seemed like it could grow infinitely. It was already difficult for ordinary Supremes to get within 10,000 miles of the Primogenitum mountain. The initial stage Supremes even retreated more than 100,000 miles away. The mighty extreme Tao power that spread from the sky shocked all directions. The difference in cultivation level of the Supremes around the Primogenitum mountain was very obvious at this time. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao power enveloping the entire mountain from Gu Fei's body, even Supreme Black Tortoise and the others wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful extreme Tao power. Roar! At this moment, the Ancient Overlord suddenly roared and directly pounced towards the ball of divine light in the sky. He then stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the ball of divine light in the sky. An endless domineering aura spread out, and the Primogenitum mountain shook violently. All the Supremes were inexplicably shocked when they saw the scene. The universal realm was taken away by the Ancient Overlord, just like that? How was this possible? The ancient overlords' cultivation and combat strength were definitely not comparable to those supremes from before. However, the moment when the ancient overlord was about to take away the universal realm wheel, it suddenly exploded. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient overlord's right hand and even a small portion of his body on the right side were instantly turned into nothingness. His entire body was sent flying more than 100,000 miles away. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Roar! The ancient overlord roared into the sky, and a terrifying tyrannical aura spread out. All living beings within 100 million miles were terrified to the extreme. The ancient overlord's injuries were rapidly healing. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This fellow's physical body was too powerful. Even his blood was a treasure that alchemists could only dream of obtaining. A drop of blood essence from an extreme supremacy could be refined into a great medicine. However, there was no blood essence flowing out of the ancient overlord's body. At his cultivation level, his blood essence would not dissipate. Even if he was injured, his blood essence would not seep out of his wounds. In just 2 breaths' time, the ancient overlord had completely recovered. At this time, the Heavenly Law Supreme, who was said to be one with the Heavenly Law, also made a move. His move gave Gu Fei a fright. This fellow had actually drawn the power of the Heavenly Law to his body. Endless divine light of the Great Path descended from the sky and intertwined with each other, turning into a giant net that flew toward the ball of divine light in the sky. Without any suspense, the ball of divine light in the sky was directly caught by the giant net, and the Heavenly Law Supreme retracted the net. However, the moment the Heavenly Law Supreme retracted the net, countless divine light of the Great Path directly rushed out from the Heavenly Law Wheel and directly cut through the Heavenly Law Supreme's giant net. The Heavenly Law Supreme, couldn't help but be shocked. It was just a mere extreme path Tao artifact, but it was so powerful. Such combat strength was comparable to the peak of the extreme path supremacy. Even these two had failed, and the Black Tortoise Supreme and the others were in even more despair. No matter how powerful Gu Fei was, there was no way he could be stronger than the ancient Overlord and the Heavenly Law Supreme. Some of the extreme path powerhouses had long since given up and retreated far away to watch the show. Only the super old antiques were qualified to compete for the Heavenly Law Wheel in the sky. Only they had the chance to become the supreme existence that unified the primogenitor realm. Chapter 3862. The power of the Wheel of Heaven's world had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Gu Fei did not expect that there would be an extreme Tao weapon stronger than the 10,000 deity ancestral sword and the mountain and river cauldron. Even Gu Fei acknowledged the power of the 10,000 deity ancestral sword and the mountain and river cauldron. Especially the mountain and river cauldron. The cauldron's soul definitely had the power to kill a supreme being. As for the 10,000 deity ancestral sword, it was the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. However, neither the 10,000 deity ancestral sword nor the mountain and river cauldron gave Gu Fei such pressure. Buzz! The 10,000 deity ancestral sword in Gu Fei's body was vibrating, and the mountain and river cauldron was also stirring. However, he knew that it was not the time yet. At this moment, the ordinary supreme beings had already retreated, because they had lost the right to compete for the Wheel of Heaven's world. Rumble! The power of the heavens suppressed all directions, and the entire primogenic mountain range was enveloped by the extreme Tao's power that erupted from the Wheel of Heaven's world. Countless living beings trembled under the power of the heavens. Even those as strong as extreme grade supremes were trembling under this pressure. Extreme grade initial stage supremes immediately retreated. Only middle stage supreme beings were holding on outside the primogenitum mountain range, while great stage supreme beings were lucky enough to watch the battle from thousands of miles away. To be precise, they were watching a show. A battle of this level was also very tempting to extreme stage, supreme beings. A super expert has entered the stage. At this moment, on the mountain where Gu Fei was, Supreme Black Tortoise, who was standing behind Gu Fei, let out a sigh and looked a little gloomy. He had prepared so much for this matter, but in the end he realized that all his efforts had been in vain. This was truly lamentable. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been so close to the Wheel of Heaven's world. The powerful aura that erupted from the Wheel of Heaven's world was beyond what they could withstand, be it Supreme Black Tortoise, Supreme Sky Pung, Supreme Ethereal, or Supreme Golden Sage. Even if the 4 great Supremes joined forces, and the 2 Li clan progenitors, they might not be able to withstand the might of the Wheel of the myriad worlds of the heavens. Only the mad Taoist was still drunk. It seemed that nothing could attract his attention other than his wine. At that moment, the true experts of the ancestral realm appeared. The ancient overlord, the heavenly Tao Paragon, the first lightning ancestor, the golden crowed arch, and the ancestral demon race's ancestor, demon Venerable Hun Tian. Every single one of the utmost beings that had appeared had an incredible background. Some of them were even rumored to have fallen countless years ago. Yet, right now, they had leaped out once again. Among these fellows, there were some that were worshipped as totems by the natives of the ancestral realm, supreme gods of the primordial era. Paragon Black Tortoise and the others didn't even recognize most of these super antiques, and those who did made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Golden Crowed Arch, how is this guy still alive? Paragon Sky, Rock's voice was trembling. This was definitely an existence that was terrifying to the extreme. Even in the primordial era, he was already a near-invincible expert. No one knew exactly how powerful the Golden Crowed Arch was after living to this day. Humph. At that moment, a figure in the distant sky suddenly turned around and looked at Paragon Sky Rock. A powerful spiritual force instantly transformed into a spear that pierced towards Paragon Sky Rock. This was a spiritual force attack. It was invisible and traceless, making it the most difficult to defend against. If Paragon Sky Rock was pierced, his soul would probably be instantly shattered and he would become a walking corpse. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Golden Crowed Arch could naturally hear Paragon Sky Rock's words as long as he wanted to, given his cultivation and divine abilities. "You dare to kill someone in front of me?" Gu Fei suddenly turned his head in the direction of the Golden Crowed Arch, and a purple-gold divine radiance instantly shot out from his glabella. Bam! A muffled sound suddenly rang out in the void. The void above the mountain suddenly exploded, and a huge black hole appeared without any warning. This is, apart from Gu Fei and Crazy Taoist, everyone on the mountain was shocked. An antique is attacking us? Paragon Black Tortoise stared at the black hole in the sky with extreme shock. He's not attacking us, he's attacking him. Gu Fei glanced at Paragon Sky Rock and said, "What?" When Paragon Heavenly Rock heard this, his shock was no small matter. Someone actually dared to attack him? Didn't that mean that I almost died just now? If the antique wanted to kill me, it would naturally be a piece of cake. Thank you, Tao Brother Gu. Paragon Sky Rock hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. He knew very well that among everyone present, only Gu Fei could save him from the antique. Humph. At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Then, an incomparably huge firebird crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and instantly pounced in front of Gu Fei and the others. The terrifying essence of the sun poured down, and the void was instantly filled with terrifying divine fire of the sun. It burned the void until it was annihilated. In the eyes of an extreme Tao supremacy, this wasn't an ordinary divine fire of the sun. This was a divine fire formed by countless flame-shaped Tao patterns. The divine fire of the sun, released by a single Tao pattern, could burn a huge hole in the void. At this moment, this extremely terrifying divine fire would burn even an extreme Tao supremacy to death. This was just a casual attack from the Golden Crowed Arch. The golden crow Thearka's true body was still hundreds of thousands of miles away. This golden crow's temper is getting more and more violent. An antique extreme Tao supremacy muttered. Who is that fellow? He actually dared to challenge the golden crow arch. An antique noticed Gufei on the mountaintop. A new face. Could he be a newly advanced powerhouse? None of the antique supremacies present recognized Gufei, let alone that Gufei was the legendary extreme Tao supremacy. The extreme Tao supremacy and the Nine Paths supremacy were simply a joke to these antique supremacies, since ancient times, who could cultivate 9 perfect great Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called myths. Just as these antiques thought that Gufei was doomed, Gufei directly pressed his right hand toward the sky. A huge hand directly appeared in the void and blocked the golden crow that was swooping down from the sky. What? The antique supremacies were very surprised to see this scene. They saw Gufei's right hand shake, and the power of heaven transformation surged out. The monstrous divine fire that was descending from the sky was immediately dissolved. In the sky hundreds of thousands of miles away, a figure was faintly discernible in the divine light that resembled a divine sun. The terrifying divine fire of the sun incinerated the surrounding void continuously. The golden crow Thearka's figure was very blurry, but he was somewhat surprised that Gufei was able to dissolve his attack with one move. This supremacy Sky Peng, who was trembling on the mountaintop, was already stunned. Not only was he unable to interfere in a battle of this level, but even if he was affected, there would only be one outcome for him: the destruction of both his body and soul. Even the other supremacies on the mountaintop were extremely fearful. Interesting. The golden crow arch, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, stood up. A divine sun descended in his eyes, and a powerful extreme Tao divine power spread out. The surrounding void shook, and ripples of the void that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. You want to fight? Gufei looked indifferently at the golden crow arch, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even though he was facing a super antique like this, he was still calm and collected. Little fellow, you are not qualified to fight with me. Let my servant play with you. The golden crow, the arch, waved his big sleeve, and a figure appeared in the void. It was an old servant dressed in green, and a powerful extreme Tao divine power emanated from his body. The golden crow arch was indeed powerful. He actually had an extreme Tao supremacy as a servant. Roar! The moment the old servant appeared, he immediately roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the ears of all the supremacies on the mountain top to buzz. Wu Nu, I'll leave that little fellow to you, the golden crow arch said indifferently as he looked at Gufei on the mountain top. Yes, master. The servant named Wu Nu bowed to the golden crow arch and then straightened his back. In the next moment, he transformed from a humble servant to a peerless expert who was as imposing as a tiger. You dare to look down on me? Gufei couldn't help but feel very displeased when he saw that the golden crow arch had actually sent out an old servant. Swoosh! At that moment, the old servant Wu Nu directly appeared in the sky above the mountaintop that Gufei was on. A terrifying extreme Tao divine power descended from the sky, causing the entire mountaintop to shake. The black tortoise supremacy and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. You're just like an ant. Gufei remained motionless, but the space between his eyebrows moved. A divine thought shot out from the space between his eyebrows and turned into an invisible blade that slashed at the green-robed old servant in an instant. The extreme Tao divine power that erupted from the old servant's body instantly disappeared, and he fell from the sky. This time the golden crow arch was infuriated. This fellow actually dared to kill his servant. He really deserved to die. The golden crow Thearka's body shook, and a pair of divine wings immediately appeared on his back. With a flap of his divine wings, he immediately turned into a beam of fiery light that charged towards Gu Fei. The Golden Crow, the Arch, had personally made a move, and the Black Tortoise Supremacy and the others were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Die! Gu Fei roared angrily. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his fist smashed forward like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the Golden Crow Thearka's fiery light. The fiery light was directly blocked by Gu Fei. When they saw this scene, the surrounding old antiques were inexplicably shocked. This was the Golden Crow the Arch. Even if they were to face this fellow, they would only be on par with him. At that moment, Gu Fei stood on the mountaintop with his hands clenched into fists. He calmly looked at the ball of divine light in front of him and saw a mysterious figure sitting cross-legged in the divine light. Chapter 3863. The Golden Crow the Arch was a super antique that had attained the Tao during the mythological era of the primogenitor realm. This antique was extremely powerful and had already shocked the world back then. Countless years had passed, and many people thought that the Arch had already fallen because he hadn't appeared in more than one era. There had once been a dark era in the primogenitor realm. That was the darkest era of the primogenitor realm. Countless major clans had been completely wiped out during that era. The Golden Crow clan of the primogenitor realm had also gradually declined during that era, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. Countless Supremes had fallen during that dark era. The entire primogenitor realm had almost been destroyed by the battle of Supremes, and the other worlds had also been affected. That was an era of misery and suffering. Many famous Supremes had disappeared. No one knew if those Supremes had fallen or not. This had become a great secret of the primogenitor realm. However, the appearance of the Wheel of Myriad Realms had alarmed the Golden Crow the Arch this time, attracting this Supreme the Arch who had disappeared for God knows how long. Supremes, Supreme Thearchs, and Ultimate Monarch Supremes were the most powerful existences in the primogenitor realm. Boom! A dull sound of collision rang out. Two figures were moving rapidly in the sky. The supreme might of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions, pressing down on the entire world as if it was about to collapse. All the Supremes near the primogenitor mountain were indescribably shocked. No one had expected a battle of this level to erupt so quickly. At that moment, the mountain where Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were was enveloped by an ancient cauldron, blocking the mighty might of the extreme Tao from the sky. Otherwise, Supreme Black Tortoise and the others would have suffered a great impact and would have been half dead even if they didn't die. We've severely underestimated the combat power of a supreme legend. Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were indescribably shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei could actually fight the legendary Golden Crow the Arch. I heard that a supreme legend has appeared. Could it be him? Some old antiques said in shock. Wind, rise! Gu Fei shouted. A gust of the great Tao of wind immediately surged out of his body. Invisible wind blades slashed at the Golden Crow the Arch from all directions. Every wind blade sliced through the void and broke through the Golden Crow Thearka's true sunfire, 10 suns illuminating the sky. The Golden Crow the Arch roared furiously. 10 flame-shaped Tao patterns immediately rushed out of his body and instantly turned into 10 divine suns. The towering solar true fire burned through the void. Whether it was invisible wind blades or other things, they were all annihilated by the solar true fire. The 10 divine suns directly broke through Gu Fei's invisible wind blades and then rushed towards Gu Fei. That Golden Crow has disappeared for countless years, but he actually managed to cultivate the 10th Tao pattern. An ancient existence, said in shock. The Golden Crow the Arch was a living being born from the ancient divine Sunday. He was a connate fire Tao living being, and he only cultivated one great Tao, the fire Tao. The Golden Crow the Arch had only cultivated one Tao in his entire life. so the power of his fire Tao was definitely unimaginable. Just like the mysterious and unfathomable primordial chaos supremacy, he also cultivated one great Tao. However, he could suppress the ancient demon supremacy and seal the myriad world wheel. In Gu Fei's opinion, the primordial chaos supremacy was definitely a truly invincible supremacy. In the current world, the so-called invincible supremacy was only applicable to living beings below the supremacy level. Has this fellow cultivated the fire Tao to the limit? Someone said something like that. There are also strong and weak extreme Tao supremacies. Only those at the initial stage of the extreme Tao could be considered to have entered the extreme Tao. Those at the middle stage of the extreme Tao could be considered to have entered the extreme Tao. Only those at the peak of the extreme Tao could barely be considered invincible. However, an existence like the Golden Crow Thearka's cultivation level had definitely surpassed the peak of the extreme Tao. Perhaps he had already come into contact with that legendary realm. Of course, that legendary realm only existed in legends. At that moment, the 10 suns attacked, and heat waves surged into the sky. Gu Fei snorted coldly and waved his right hand. 9 balls of lightning appeared directly in front of him. In the next moment, the 9 balls of lightning immediately bombarded the 10 suns that were about to kill Gigi. Amidst a series of shocking explosions, 9 of the 10 suns directly exploded and dissipated in the void at the same time as the 9 balls of lightning that Gu Fei had shot out. Meanwhile, the power of the remaining sun had already blasted in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly on the divine sun that had blasted towards him. In the next moment, this divine sun was directly swallowed into his body. Boom! The power of the great Tao of fire immediately erupted from Gu Fei's body. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a supreme fire god from ancient times. The power of the great Tao of fire that erupted from Gu Fei's body didn't seem to be inferior to the power of the great Tao of fire that the Golden Crow Arch had cultivated for his entire life. Wind, fire, lightning. I didn't expect that I would encounter a paragon of the 3 paths the moment I came out of seclusion. The Golden Crow Thearka's golden eyes narrowed as he looked at Gu Fei. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Gu Fei looked at the Golden Crow Arch indifferently and said, "Little fellow, why don't you follow me?" The Golden Crow Arch suddenly said. He actually cherished this talent. Ha! Gu Fei suddenly burst into laughter when he heard the Golden Crow Thearka's words. This fellow actually wanted him to follow him? This was too funny. The Black Tortoise and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This Golden Crow Arch was indeed impressive. He actually wanted an extreme legend to follow him. This was an extreme legend. Is this very funny? The Golden Crow Thearka's face immediately darkened. In ancient times, the number of existences that wanted to follow him could have lined up from here to outside the Primogenita mountain range. You should follow me. Gu Fei stopped smiling. Since you want to court death, then there's no other way. The Golden Crow, the arch directly disappeared into the void after saying that. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. He didn't hesitate and directly soared into the sky. At this moment, a huge flaming hand directly shattered the void where he was originally standing. Everything was directly obliterated. Kill! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. A wave of heaven transformation power immediately erupted from his body and spread in all directions. Everything, including the void, was melted. What kind of mystic ability is this? The Golden Crow Arch was shocked. He could clearly feel that his power was actually directly obliterated by the mighty power that was emitted from the other party's body. Heaven trampling in one step. At this moment, Gu Fei stepped into the sky and instantly appeared in the sky above the Golden Crow Arch. Then, he stomped down on the Golden Crow Thearka's head. The power of heaven, trampling, surged out from under Gu Fei's feet. The entire void beneath his feet collapsed and was destroyed. This, the golden-crowed arch was shocked. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and his entire body fell from the sky involuntarily. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the entire ground immediately undulated violently like waves. A bottomless pit appeared in the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The dignified golden crow, the arch, was actually defeated by a little fellow? This was too unbelievable. The surrounding antique supreme venerables were also inexplicably shocked. On that mountain, the black tortoise supreme venerables and the others were even more frightened and terrified. Roar! At this moment, a deep roar came from the huge pit in the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground suddenly collapsed, and a figure directly broke out of the ground and rushed up into the sky. This fellow was covered in dust and looked extremely pathetic. This fellow was naturally none other than the golden-crowed arch. The golden-crowed arch flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to attack Gu Fei. However, at this moment, the all-heavens wheel in the sky suddenly trembled violently. What's happening? Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the all-heavens wheel. Even the golden crow, the arch, did not attack Gu Fei anymore. At this moment, 9 divine chains suddenly rushed out of the Primogenitum Mountain and directly entangled the all-heavens wheel in the sky. Then the all-heavens wheel was actually pulled by the 9 divine chains and flew towards the Primogenitum Mountain. Clang! A ray of sword light slashed from afar and directly slashed at the divine chains, trying to break them. However, the next moment, this extremely sharp ray of sword light directly collapsed in the void. The 9 divine chains were not damaged at all. This, even those old supreme venerables could not sit still when they saw this scene. Damn it! The golden crow, the arch, glared at Gu Fei fiercely before directly rushing towards the all-heavens wheel. Break! The golden crow, the arch, directly attacked. The endless power of the true fire of the sun frantically gathered towards his hands, and a flaming divine blade appeared in the void. He roared angrily and slashed at the 9 divine chains with all his might. Swoosh! The ray of sword light that rushed out of the golden crow, Thearka's hands directly tore through the void, as if it was going to split the entire universe into 2. A power that surpassed the peak of the extreme Tao erupted from his hands. Without a doubt, the golden crow, Thearka's blade, was definitely much more powerful than the previous ray of sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The golden crow Thearka's astonishing blade directly struck the 9 divine chains. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The saber light that the golden crowed arch had unleashed actually shattered. Not only did it not break the 9 divine chains, but it did not even leave a mark on them. What? How is this possible? Even the golden crowed arch can't break these 9 divine chains. Chapter 38:64. Something happened in the sky above the Primogenitum Mountain. 9 divine chains rushed out of the Primogenitum Mountain and wrapped around the wheel of all sky world. Rumble! The world shook as the 9 divine chains pulled on the wheel of all sky world. The wheel of all sky world was being pulled toward the Primogenitum Mountain. It was as if they were pulling an ancient Primogenitum Mountain. The entire world shook violently, and there seemed to be monstrous waves surging in the void. The surrounding antiques had no choice but to retreat far away. The golden crow Thearka's all-out attack had failed to break the 9 divine chains. This shocked all the antiques. Could these divine chains be even more powerful than the wheel of all sky world? Gu Fei stared at the wheel of all sky world in the sky. After all, it's already broken. Gu Fei sighed. Although the wheel of all sky world was still extremely powerful, it was incomplete. It was missing at least 1/3 of its power. Even the god will of the wheel of all sky world had not fully recovered. The god will of the wheel of all sky world was also incomplete. It could not display the true power of the Primogenitum Mountain. If the wheel of all sky world was complete, the 9 divine chains that rushed out of the Primogenitor Mountain would definitely not be able to do anything to the Primogenitor Mountain. However, it was a pity that the Primogenitor Mountain's power was already incomplete. This way, it would not be able to withstand the power of the Primogenitor Mountain. The 9 divine chains had been formed by the Supreme Existence that had sealed the wheel of all sky world here. He had used a secret technique to draw upon the essence chi of the Primogenitor Mountain. The ancestral chi of the earth in the Primogenitor Mountain was so powerful that even these antiques had a headache. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? The Golden Crow Arch shouted at the antiques that were still watching. If the 9 divine chains pulled the wheel of all sky world into the Primogenitor Mountain and sealed it again, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Following the Golden Crow Thearka's roar, 3 powerful auras of the Extreme Great Path immediately erupted. The divine might of the Extreme Great Path was earth-shattering. At that moment, countless living beings in the Primogenitor Mountain range felt their souls tremble. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine blade descended from the sky and slashed at the 9 divine chains. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and then the divine blade was actually blasted away by the 9 divine chains. One of the old-timers stepped through the air and waved his hand, causing the divine saber to fly into his grasp. Whiz! A saber cry echoed out. The person who made the move exuded a domineering aura. The saber in his hand was vibrating nonstop, as though it could fly out of his hand at any moment. This person was the ancient overlord. Among all the sovereigns present, he was the only one who possessed such a peerlessly domineering aura. This 1,000 ancient hegemon was extremely shocked. These 9 divine chains could block his saber. Could it be that no one could break these 9 divine chains? Preposterous! The first Thunder Ancestor made his move. He summoned a Great Path Thunder Seal. The Great Path Thunder Seal descended from the sky towards the 9 divine chains. Endless power of thunder and lightning erupted from the seal of the Great Law of Thunder. Every bolt of lightning tore through the sky and destroyed everything. However, when the first Thunder Ancestor's Great Path Thunder Seal slammed into the 9 divine chains, an unbelievable scene unfolding. The Great Path Thunder Seal was blasted away by the 9 divine chains, and countless balls of lightning instantly dissipated in the sky. This, the first Thunder Ancestor, was both shocked and furious. At this time, 3 of the old-timers had already made their move. However, whether it was the first Thunder Ancestor, the Golden Crow Emperor, or the ancient Overlord, none of them could break the 9 divine chains. The wheel of all heavens and myriad realms was about to be pulled into the Primogenitor Mountain by the 9 divine chains. At this time, the old-timers who were still watching from the sidelines finally had no choice but to make their move. 3 beams of immortal divine light flew over from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the 9 divine chains. The terrifying power of peak extreme Tao erupted. The 9 divine chains shook violently, and the sound of clanging metal rang out incessantly. The void was shaken by the explosive power of the extreme Tao, and sinister spatial cracks appeared. The attacks of the old-timers naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary supremacies. They shook the void of the primogenitor realm as soon as they made their moves. At the same time, the Golden Crow Emperor, the Ancient Overlord, and the Heavenly Tao Supremes also made their moves. Extremely violent power wreaked havoc in all directions. However, at this time, even the old-timers were in despair. No matter how they attacked, the 9 divine chains remained intact. How is this possible? The voice of one of the old-timers trembled. Nothing is impossible. At this time, a voice rang out. The group of old-timers hurriedly turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Gu Fei, who had just fought with the Golden Crow Emperor. Only he was still calm and composed, and he didn't make a move. "Little fellow, do you want to die?" The Golden Crow Emperor couldn't help but be furious when he saw that it was Gu Fei. "You're the ones who want to die," Gu Fei suddenly said. "What did you say?" The Golden Crow Emperor was about to attack Gu Fei. However, right at this moment, a series of extremely powerful figures suddenly rushed out from the primordial ancestral mountain. These figures were all riding on battle beasts with spears in their hands, and they were charging directly toward Thousand Ancient Hegemon and the others. The Golden Crow Emperor was extremely shocked when he saw this. He discovered that these fellows who suddenly rushed out of the Primogenon Mountain weren't real bodies. They were just projections. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the Millennium Hegemon's fist dispersed one of the white shadows. But the white shadow quickly condensed back into a middle-aged man. The ancient overlord felt that something was wrong. Could this be a trap? However, there was no time for the Millennium Hegemon to think. The white figure wielding the spear was thrusting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The ancient overlord's saber slashed the white figure in half, and it dissipated into the void. However, the white figure reappeared in less than 2 breaths' time. How is this possible? The ancient overlord was truly shocked this time. This was simply an existence that couldn't be killed. At this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the Primogenitor Mountain. 9 faint and illusory figures actually forced the Golden Crow Arch and the other extreme supremacies to retreat. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved by this scene. Did that existence really dig a super big trap for these extreme heavenly sovereigns to jump into? Chapter 38:65. Seeing that the wheel of the heavens and realms was about to be resealed by the Primogenitor Mountain, the Supremes finally couldn't sit still and made their moves. However, to everyone's surprise, these Supremes actually triggered the Primogenitor Mountain's counterattack. Of course, all of this was the trick of the Supreme Existence who sealed the wheel of the heavens and realms in the Primogenitor Mountain, drawing the essence of the Primogenitor Mountain for his own use. The existence who could use such an amazing trick was definitely an extreme grade supremacy, and one who was proficient in the Tao of formations. At this moment, the power of the Primogenitor Mountain erupted. 9 faint figures directly charged out from the Primogenitor Mountain and forced the Supremes to retreat. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. The energy waves that erupted from any one of the 9 illusory figures were not inferior to the auras of the Golden Crow Arch and the rest. Boom! With a loud bang, endless divine fire of the sun exploded. The 10 divine suns that the Golden Crow Emperor had conjured could not withstand a single blow from the opponent. Too powerful. The Golden Crow Emperor's expression changed for the first time. Rumble. At this moment, the wheel of the heavens and realms in the sky was about to be resealed. As long as the wheel of the heavens and realms was resealed, everything would return to normal. At this moment, a faint figure rushed towards Gu Fei. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this figure directly stabbing towards him with a spear. He directly struck out with his palm, and the power of heaven transformation gushed out from his hand. In the next moment, the silhouette disappeared in the void, having been reborn. However, Gu Fei wasn't that happy. His expression became even more serious. Sure enough, what Gu Fei was most worried about still happened. In the void, a figure appeared. This figure was the guy that Gu Fei had just destroyed with the Heavenly Transformation Hand. Even the Heavenly Transformation Hand can't kill these guys. Gu Fei really couldn't believe it. The figure once again pounced towards Gu Fei. 1 step to the heavens. Gu Fei took a step forward and soared into the sky. When he landed, the void under his feet immediately collapsed and turned into a destructive force. Bam! As Gu Fei took a step forward, the mysterious figure once again dissipated into the void. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the heaven-treading steps and rushed towards the wheel of heavens and myriad worlds in the sky. At the same time, the other old geezers had escaped the entanglement of the images and they shot into the sky with the intention of seizing the Wheel of Worlds. Millennium Hegemon slashed at the Primogenita Mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the Primogenita Mountain shook. The extremely overbearing power almost broke through the defense of the Primogenita Mountain. At this time, Gu Fei took out the ancestral god sword and slashed at the 9 divine chains. The sword light pierced through the void and landed on the 9 divine chains. Clang! With a crisp sound, one of the divine chains was severed and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, all the extreme grade supremes were extremely excited. No one expected Gu Fei to be able to sever those divine chains. Gu Fei used the power of the ancestral god sword to sever the 9 divine chains that had rushed out of the Primogenita Mountain. When the last divine chain was severed, the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds immediately turned into a ball of divine light and shot into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, the old geezers did not agree. They directly shot into the sky and chased after the ball of divine light. Haha! Gu Fei laughed heartily as he also chased after it. His heaven-treading steps was derived from the 8 desolate steps, and its speed could be said to be the fastest in the Primogenita realm. He even surpassed the Golden Crowed Arch in an instant. Even the Golden Crowed Arch was shocked when he saw Gu Fei rush past him. Very quickly, Gu Fei caught up to the ball of divine light. Return! Gu Fei took out the Heavenly Demon Pagoda and activated it. A wave of heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of the Heavenly Demon Pagoda and instantly enveloped the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds. Just as Gu Fei was about to take the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds, the Golden Crowed Arch, the Millennium Overlord, and the Heavenly Tao Supremes arrived. Buzz! A dragon's roar came from Gu Fei's body. Then he flipped his right hand and the ancestral god sword appeared in his hand once again. You want to take the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds. Dream on! The Golden Crowed Arch roared angrily and attacked. Endless true yang power erupted, and balls of fire that resembled divine suns appeared in the void. The fireballs covered the sky and shot toward Gu Fei. Return! Gu Fei activated the Heavenly Demon Pagoda with all his might, and the endless power of the true sunfire was continuously devoured by the Heavenly Demon Pagoda. Very quickly, unimaginably powerful existences appeared on every level of the Heavenly Demon Pagoda. This demonic artifact was incredible. It was a supreme demonic artifact that was jointly refined by the 12 ancestor fiends. Every level had a guardian god. Even an existence at the peak of the extreme Tao would have to flee when all 9 guardian gods appeared. The Golden Crowed Arch, was shocked and furious when he sensed that his power was constantly disappearing. At the same time, a domineering saber light descended from the sky and directly broke through the layers of fire, slashing toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away. Outrageous. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Gu Fei glanced at these guys and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Golden Crowed Arch, breaking the limit with one punch. Gu Fei roared and directly punched out. The violent power instantly increased by 10 times. Bam! With a dull sound, the Golden Crowed Arch actually exploded from the punch. What? Seeing this scene, all the Supreme Venerables who were chasing were inexplicably shocked. That was the Golden Crowed Arch, but he was actually killed with one punch. This scene was simply too shocking. However, Gu Fei wasn't that happy because he knew that this level of attack wouldn't be able to take the Golden Crow Thearka's life. I want the Wheel of the Myriad Realms. If you're not convinced, then come and fight, Gu Fei said coldly as he swept a glance at the group of Supremes that were chasing after them. The group of Supreme Venerables couldn't help but be shocked and angry when they heard that. However, the scene of Gu Fei killing the Golden Crowed Arch with one punch was indeed a little shocking. Supreme Venerables were also afraid of death. No one wanted to be punched by Gu-Fei like that. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. "I'm not convinced." At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a supreme great demon with a towering demonic aura walked out. Chapter 38-66. Gu-Fei had destroyed the Golden Crow Thearcha's extreme grade supremacy body with a single punch. This fellow's battle prowess was simply too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Crow Thearch had cultivated for countless years. In the distant past, he was a super powerhouse at the peak of the extreme grade. Now he had clearly surpassed the peak. The realm above the peak of the extreme grade was a mysterious and unfathomable realm. Only these super powerhouses were qualified to touch that realm. Of course, the realm above the peak of the extreme grade was still within the scope of the extreme grade realm. However, Gu-Fei had displayed the power to suppress the Golden Crow Thearch. Didn't this mean that he had also surpassed the peak of the extreme grade and entered the extreme grade mystic realm? The legends of the extreme grade are indeed monstrous. Those supremacies who were watching from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded and in disbelief when they saw Gu-Fei destroy the Golden Crow Thearch with a single punch. "If you're not convinced, then come and fight me." Gu-Fei's voice spread far and wide and reverberated throughout the sky. All the supremacies were shocked when they heard his voice. What does this mean? Is he going to fight against all the supremacies in the ancestral realm by himself? An extreme grade supremacy exclaimed. "How bold!" At the top of the mountain, the drunken mad Taoist suddenly uttered these words. The black tortoise supremacy and the others were already dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Gu-Fei would be so powerful and domineering that he dared to challenge all the supremacies in the ancestral realm without putting them in his eyes. At this moment, Gu-Fei used the heavenly demon pagoda to stop the wheel of all heavens and realms. The sword light, formed by the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword, circled around him like a supreme lord. "Let me have a go at you." Just when all the super powerhouses didn't dare to act rashly, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure walking over step by step from afar. With just a few steps, he was already close to them. It was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man dressed in gray clothes. His body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. This was the extreme Tao demonic energy, a single strand enough to crush everything, shatter mountain ranges. Demon ancestor pure heaven. A super expert recognized this middle-aged man and couldn't help being shocked. "It's really him. He's not dead yet." Some old antiques were inexplicably shocked. Demon Patriarch Hun Tian had appeared even earlier than the Golden Crow Thearch. No one knew how long he had lived and how many eras he had experienced. However, what was certain was that demon ancestor Hun Tian's cultivation base was extremely powerful. Even among super powerhouses, he was almost invincible. Everyone was surprised and delighted to see demon Patriarch Hun Tian arrive. Finally, there was someone who could compete with Gu-Fei. It would be best if the two of them fought until both of them were heavily injured. Demonic ancestor. Gu-Fei's expression gradually turned grave as he stared at demon ancestor Hun Tian. This demon ancestor Hun Tian wasn't simple. He was the most powerful supreme he had encountered since entering the primogenitor mountain range. "Since you know it's me, why aren't you leaving your things behind and scram?" Demon ancestor Hun Tian looked at Gu-Fei and said indifferently, "Haha." Gu-Fei looked at demon ancestor Hun Tian and suddenly burst into laughter. This guy actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Did he think that he was a supremacy? Exalted Lord was a title in the primogenitor realm's legends. However, it was too difficult to produce a supremacy. It should be known that there were many supreme supremacies in the entire primogenitor realm, and there were even supreme super powerhouses who had lived for countless years, who could make countless supremacies bow their heads with their own strength. At that moment, Even the Golden Crow Arch and other extreme-grade super powerhouses were stunned by demon ancestor Hun Tian's words. This guy actually dared to say such words in front of an extreme-grade legend? The Golden Crow, the Arch, wasn't killed by Gu Fei's punch. At his cultivation level, it wasn't easy to kill such an existence. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill a super powerhouse who had surpassed the peak of the extreme grade and entered the extreme mystic realm with one punch. Die. Demon ancestor Hun Tian didn't waste time talking nonsense with Gu Fei. He directly punched at Gu Fei. Rumble. Demon ancestor Hun Tian's punch directly shook the entire world, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. Even the stars in the sky trembled as if they were about to fall from the starry sky. This was a real punch that shook the world. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw demon ancestor Hun Tian's punch. This punch actually made him feel that it was difficult to dodge. This was an invincible fist intent. Humph. Gu Fei also threw a punch. However, there wasn't any energy fluctuation coming from his fist. It was as if he had casually thrown a punch. However, his fist collided with demon ancestor Hun Tian's fist. It was an extremely ordinary punch that blocked demon ancestor Hun Tian's monstrous punch. How is this possible? Demon ancestor Hun Tian was taken aback. Their moves were exactly the same, but their auras were extreme. However, their combat strength was also so powerful that ordinary extreme grade supremes would feel despair. Boom! With a muffled sound, a transparent ripple immediately spread from their fists that collided. In the next moment, the void was annihilated, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The two figures instantly separated. At the same time, a not very loud sound reverberated in the void. The super powerhouses didn't feel much, but the peak extreme grade supremes felt pain in their ears and couldn't hear anything. The beginner extreme grade supremes in the distance were directly shaken to the point that blood oozed out of their ears. They retreated even further away in panic. All the supremes couldn't help but be shocked. A battle between experts of this level was really terrifying. Go. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the myriad god ancestral sword that circled around him immediately turned into a divine, rainbow-like sword light that pierced towards demon ancestor Hun Tian. The sword light instantly illuminated the entire world, as if it was splitting the world into two. The power of the myriad god ancestral sword erupted from the sword light. Haha, you're not the only one with an extreme grade Dao weapon. Demon ancestor Hun Tian laughed loudly. In the next moment, a ball of demonic light rushed out of his body and turned into a demonic saber that directly met the myriad god ancestral sword light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber and sword instantly collided, and demon ancestor Hun Tian's demonic saber was directly sent flying. Swoosh! The sword light formed by the myriad god ancestral sword directly pierced through demon ancestor Hun Tian. Demon ancestor Hun Tian's figure instantly became blurry and soon dissipated in the void. He was killed just like that. Chapter 3867. The myriad god ancestral sword was the #1 divine artifact in the ancestor god realm. It had been nurtured in the graveyard of myriad gods for countless years and devoured the power of 10,000 gods before finally becoming the ultimate divine artifact of the ancestor god realm. Even though the power of the myriad god ancestral sword was not as great as the flawless will of heavens, it was not far off. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation level, he could only unleash 1/10 of the myriad god ancestral sword's power. If the myriad god ancestral sword's power was fully unleashed, even a peak extreme Dao supremacy could be killed with one strike. Demon ancestor Hun Tian was killed just like that. An extreme Dao patriarch exclaimed in shock. Humph, it's not that simple. An extreme Dao patriarch seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, Gu Fei was neither sad nor happy. His state of mind was surprisingly calm. Even he himself found it strange. Why was this happening? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above Gu Fei's head and slapped down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble! Endless demonic power erupted as the extreme Tao Patriarch hand enveloped the surroundings. It was as terrifying as an ancient ancestral mountain crashing down on Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei raised his hand and slapped upwards. The mighty extreme Tao Patriarch hand was instantly dissolved. This was Gu Fei's heavenly transformation hand, which was said to be able to transform the heavens with a single hand. What? Demon ancestor Hun Tian was truly shocked. How could this little fellow be so powerful? No wonder even the Golden Crow Emperor was defeated by him. Gu Fei's heavenly transformation power surged towards demon ancestor Hun Tian. In the next moment, demon ancestor Hun Tian's palm was immediately turned into nothingness. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his entire arm would have been melted by Gu Fei's heavenly transformation power. Swoosh! Demon ancestor Hun Tian retreated 5 kilometers. At this moment, Gu Fei's myriad god ancestral sword had already flown back and directly slashed towards demon ancestor Hun Tian at an extremely fast speed. Without any suspense, demon ancestor Hun Tian dodged again. He waved his right hand, and the extreme Tao demon saber immediately landed in his hand. Sky-breaking saber. Without hesitation, demon ancestor Hun Tian slashed out with all his might. The immortal saber beam split heaven and earth, as though it had become the only thing in the world, attracting everyone's attention. The incomparably dazzling blade light fell directly on Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind demon ancestor Hun Tian. What? Without thinking, demon ancestor Hun Tian turned around and slashed with his saber. Gu Fei did not dodge. In the next moment, a strange sound that sounded like a raging wave came from his body. Then he directly punched at the extreme demon blade that was slashing towards him. Clang! Gu Fei's fist instantly collided with demon ancestor Hun Tian's supreme demon saber, producing a strange sound of metal colliding. Demon ancestor Hun Tian only felt a strong force pass through his extreme Tao demon saber. Then, the saber in his hand flew out. In an instant, Gu Fei's power soared to a level that made demon ancestor Hun Tian's heart palpitate. Before demon ancestor Hun Tian could react, Gu Fei's seemingly indestructible fist had already smashed into his body. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Withdraw! Gu Fei directly activated the heavenly demon tower. A powerful devouring force immediately surged out from the first floor and swallowed the cloud of blood mist into the tower. What? Even the ultimate old-timers couldn't sit still when they saw what was happening. Roar! A shrill roar came from the first floor of the heavenly demon tower. It seemed as though 2 figures were entangled inside. One of the figures wanted to rush out of the tower, but it was entangled by the gods on the first floor and constantly refined. Soon, the first floor of the demon tower calmed down. The demon ancestor Hun Tian had actually died, just like that. This shocked all the Supreme Elders. Boom! After devouring demon ancestor Hun Tian, the heavenly demon tower suddenly shook, and an even more powerful supreme demon force erupted from the heavenly demon tower. The myriad world wheel was firmly suppressed. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the heavenly demon tower suppressed the myriad world wheel and flew back to him. At the same time, he also put away demon ancestor Hun Tian's supreme demon saber. All the Supreme Elders stared at the heavenly demon tower and the myriad world wheel with incomparable jealousy. That was the myriad world wheel. Whoever obtained it would become the ruler of the ancestral realm. This was an ancient legend that had circulated for countless years. It was also because of this legend that countless Supreme Elders rushed to the ancestral mountain range to fight for this supreme Tao artifact. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many Supreme Elders had died in the ancestral mountain range. Just as Gu Fei was about to put away the myriad world wheel, 3 supreme demon shadows descended from the sky and surrounded Gu Fei. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Demons. Gu Fei glanced at the 3 great demons and saw that they were all extremely ferocious demons. The great demon in front of him had 6 arms, each holding a demon artifact. The 6-armed bell, cauldron, sword, saber, spear, and halberd. The 6 demon artifacts all emitted demon force fluctuations at the extreme Tao level. The great demon on the right was covered in red scales and had a crimson fire snake coiled around his body. The crimson fire snake was spewing poisonous flames at Gu Fei. The great demon on the left of Gu Fei had a humanoid body and a wolf's head. It was the head of a bloodthirsty demon wolf. It was extremely ferocious. 6-armed, crimson fire, and blood wolf. 3 of the 12 ancestor demons have arrived. On the mountain top, the black tortoise sovereign and the others could not help exclaiming when they saw the scene. The appearance of these 3 great demons caused quite a commotion among the supreme beings. These 3 great demons were all unparalleled existences with unparalleled ferocity. Each of the 12 ancestor demons was an invincible demon ancestor who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Each of them had the strength to compete with the super experts of the extreme Tao mystic realm. The owner of the heavenly demon tower had arrived. The 6-armed demon ancestor waved his hand, and the heavenly demon tower flew towards him with the myriad world wheel. Preposterous! Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw this. He had only obtained the heavenly demon tower for a short period of time and did not have the time to completely refine this demon artifact. This gave the 6-armed demon ancestor an opportunity. Ha ha! The 6-armed demon ancestor grabbed the heavenly demon tower and the myriad world wheel. Ha ha! The crimson fire demon ancestor and the blood wolf demon ancestor burst into laughter. The super experts were shocked and furious when they saw the 6-armed demon ancestor taking the 2 extreme Tao weapons. Chapter 38:68. In the sky above the Primogenita Mountain, Gu Fei and the Supreme Supremes were fighting for the myriad world wheel. Just as Gu Fei suppressed all the Supreme Supremes and was about to take away the myriad world wheel, the 3 Primogenita demon ancestors suddenly descended and took away the heavenly demon tower. Ha ha! You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Little fella, thanks a lot. In order to repay you for helping us obtain the myriad world wheel, I shall grant you death. The 3 primogenitor demon ancestors stared at Gu Fei and laughed wantonly. Was the Black Wind Supreme and the others the trap that you guys dug for us? Gu Fei suddenly thought of the Black Wind Supreme, the 3-eyed demon ancestor, and the Netherworld Supreme, who suddenly brought the heavenly demon tower to the dragon coiling mountain. The Black Wind Supreme and the others seemed to have given the heavenly demon tower to him. Otherwise, how could he obtain the number 1 demonic artifact in the primogenital world? You've guessed it in the end. The 6-armed demon ancestor said with a hideous smile. Countless demonic marks on his body flickered, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. He was an extremely ancient demon ancestor, so ancient that even the Supreme Supremes were fearful. Even the Supreme Supremes were shaken by the torrential, murderous aura that burst out from the 6-armed demon ancestor. One must know that this demon ancestor had killed countless living beings in the Dark Age. Not only the 6-armed demon ancestor, but even the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestors' murderous aura weren't any weaker than the 6-armed demon ancestors. One must know that the 12 primogenitor demons in the primogenitor demon territory were all supreme demon ancestors that had lived since the Dark Age. At this moment, the 12 primogenitor demons in the primogenitor demon territory sent 3 primogenitor demons, shocking all the Supreme Supremes. No one expected that the appearance of the myriad world wheel would attract the 3 primogenitor demons. What was even more unexpected was that the 6-armed demon ancestor and the others were actually making use of Gufei, using Gufei to help them obtain the myriad world wheel. Great plan, great courage. Gufei had to admit that this was too shocking. The 3 primordial fiends had actually calculated everything. They did not even care about the risk of him taking away the heavenly demon tower. This heavenly devil tower was created by the combined efforts of the 12 primogenitor devils. It was known as the number 1 devil artifact in the primogenitor realm. These guys were actually willing to use the heavenly devil tower, the primogenitor demon domain's domain stabilizing devil tool as bait. Stop talking nonsense. Let us send this kid to the primogenitor demon tower. Gufei, Supreme's primogenitor demon wheel. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Gufei looked at the 6-armed demon progenitor indifferently and suddenly laughed. Demon Fei, God Dao 9 Supremes were all God demons Supremes to Emperor Tian Sovereign to Qin 9 God 9 Super Supremes were Chen was Gu World Qin. Legends and Supremes of the 9 Paths were nothing but a joke in their eyes. The 6-armed demon ancestor alone could kill the 2 primogenitors of the Wood Clan. As for the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others, they were just small fries that could be subdued anytime. Ruler of the southern region, 6-armed demon ancestor, and the others were just a joke. None of this mattered to them as they were the invincible primogenitor demons. During the darkest era, there were many supremes that died in the hands of the 12 primogenitor demons. There were even a few supremes that were famous throughout the primogenitor world. Kid, it's useless to bluff in front of us. The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor sneered. Don't waste time. The Blood Wolf demon ancestor said impatiently. That's right. The 6-armed demon ancestor and the Scarlet Flame demon ancestor exchanged glances and were about to strike. However, at this moment, Gufei raised his right hand and an item flew out from his hand. It turned into a black light and collided with the wheel of the myriad worlds in the heavens. What's that? The 6-armed demon ancestor and the others were shocked. The next moment, the black light disappeared into the wheel of the heavens and realms. Then, the wheel of the heavens and realms, which had been silent, suddenly shook. Ancient Tao markings appeared from the myriad world wheel and interweaved into countless ancient Tao diagrams. These Tao diagrams were naturally formed, and the waves of extreme Tao power that they emitted were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the heavenly demon tower seemed to be unable to suppress the myriad world wheel. What did you do? The 6-armed demon ancestor stared at Gufei and said angrily, Nothing much. It's just a fragment of the myriad world wheel that I obtained by chance. Gufei shrugged and said, You, the 6-armed demon ancestor, was shocked and furious. He did not expect Gufei to have a fragment of the myriad world wheel. After the myriad world wheel fused with the fragment in Gufei's hand, its power increased tremendously. The power of myriad worlds surged, and the heavenly demon tower that was suppressing the myriad world wheel was being pushed away bit by bit. Let's attack together and suppress the myriad world wheel first. The 6-armed demon ancestor shouted at the Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor. The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor did not speak any nonsense and attacked immediately. Powerful demonic Tao power was added to the heavenly demon tower, causing the demonic Tao power that erupted from the heavenly demon tower to multiply. The 6-armed demon ancestor wanted to attack too, but Gufei had already locked onto him. As long as the 6-armed demon ancestor moved, Gufei would immediately attack and give him a fatal blow. Even someone as powerful as the 6-armed demon ancestor had to be careful when dealing with him. Gufei was an extreme Tao legend and a paragon of 9 paths. His all-out attack was no joke. At this moment, The surrounding Supremes were watching the two experts, who were facing off nervously. They were curious about who was stronger between the two. One was an extreme Tao legend and in paragon of 9 paths. The other was the primogenitor demon ancestor, supreme demon ancestor who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His murderous aura was earth-shattering. The battle between the two supreme existences attracted countless gazes. If Gu Fei could defeat the 6-armed demon ancestor, who else in the primogenitor realm could be a match for him? Little fella, you're courting death. The 6-armed demon ancestor stared coldly at Gu Fei with blood-colored demonic light flickering in his eyes. We'll find out soon enough who's courting death. As Gu Fei spoke, he threw a punch at the 6-armed demon ancestor. Towering fist force spread out, and the entire void was instantly filled with countless Tao patterns. The void in front of the 6-armed demon ancestor collapsed from the pressure of Gu Fei's fist force and exploded. It turned into a terrifying destructive force that shrouded the 6-armed demon ancestor instantly. However, the 6-armed demon ancestor's body shook, and the destructive force that shrouded him dispersed just like that. However, at this moment, a fist landed in front of the 6-armed demon ancestor. Bam! The 6-armed demon ancestor felt a sharp pain in his right eye before he was sent flying towards the Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the others. What? The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor were shocked. The 6-armed demon ancestor was sent flying by a punch from Gu Fei? How was this possible? The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor extended his right hand and caught the 6-armed demon ancestor. At this moment, although the heavenly demon tower had been reinforced by the demonic powers of the two primogenitor demons, it could only barely suppress the wheel of heavens and realms. How dare you snatch something from me, Gu Fei? No matter who you are, you'll have to pay the price. Gu Fei was like a peerless god of death as he charged forward and threw a punch. Countless Tao patterns appeared on his arm and 9 streams of power gathered on his fist. Through the extreme breaking secret technique, the power instantly increased by 10 times. Even the 6-armed demon ancestor and the others were shocked by this earth-shattering punch. Roar! The 6-armed demon ancestor bore the brunt of the attack. He could only grit his teeth and let out a roar. He used both his hands to block with all his might. Countless demonic patterns interweaved to form a demonic shield in front of him. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's fist smashed hard on the demonic shield. The powerful demonic shield did not even last for a breath's time before it was smashed into pieces. Gu Fei's fist smashed on the 6-armed demon ancestor's body. The fist carried the 6-armed demon ancestor's body towards the Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor. This is outrageous. The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor were shocked and furious. They had never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful. His combat strength was so heaven-defying that even the 6-armed demon ancestor was not his match. Bam! Bam! The Scarlet Flame demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor slapped on the 6-armed demon ancestor's back. In an instant, the 3 primordial fiend progenitors' fiendish Tao powers fused into one. When the 3 fiendish Tao powers fused together, their might immediately increased by several times. However, even so, Gu Fei's power was still firmly suppressing the power of the 3 primogenitors of the demonic path. Gu Fei's fist pushed against the 3 primogenitors of the demonic path for thousands of miles, knocking away the heavenly demon tower and the wheel of myriad worlds. What? The 3 ancestor fiends were dumbfounded by the might of Gu Fei's punch. How could such powerful strength appear on a single person? It was unimaginable that the 3 progenitor fiends would be forced to retreat even after joining forces. At that moment, resplendent demonic flames surged from the 3 ancestral fiends' bodies. The three ancestral fiends were actually burning living beings. They were going all out. How can this guy be so powerful? Seeing this scene, all the Supremes watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. They found it hard to believe. Even the three ancestral fiends weren't a match for Gu Fei. TSK. What ancestral fiends? They're just SO. Gu Fei said disdainfully. In the next moment, the power that erupted from his fist increased by a large margin. His strength seemed to be limitless and could increase infinitely. Boom! A loud sound accompanied by the miserable cries of the six-armed demon ancestor and the others. The three ancestral fiends were directly sent flying. Ants. Gu Fei retracted his fist and said indifferently, "You." The six-armed demon ancestor's body was covered with cracks as though it would collapse at any time. Chapter 3869. Genius in a second remembered to go away. We provide you with exciting novels to read. There was no doubt that the primogenitor fiends were powerful, but Gu Fei was able to beat the three primogenitor fiends into a sorry state with a wave of his hand. In particular, his extremity-breaking punch had forced the three ancestor demons back. The six-armed demon ancestor, who bore the brunt of the attack, had countless cracks all over his body. It was a supreme demon body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, yet there were cracks on it. This was definitely a major event that could shock the entire ancestral realm. The 12 ancestor fiends of the ancestor demon territory were the strongest experts who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even super supremes like the Golden Crowth Arch and the First Thunder Ancestor might not be a match for the six-armed devil ancestor. However, Gu Fei had suppressed the three ancestor demons all by himself. Such combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. "You!" The six-armed demon ancestor stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. He could not believe that he would be defeated by a little guy. This was such a humiliation. At this moment, rays of demonic light shone through the cracks on the six-armed demon ancestor's body. Ancient demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on his body, repairing his injured supreme demon body. This guy is incredible. He is almost on par with that person. The scarlet fire demon ancestor stared at Gu Fei fiercely. Two brilliant rays of fire shot out of his eyes. His words were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. That person, the blood wolf demon ancestor's pupils shrank when he heard this. He thought of an extremely terrifying existence that was the greatest enemy of the demons of the ancestral realm. Humph! So what if that person is powerful? Didn't we kill him all the same? The six-armed demon ancestor said coldly. But the scarlet fire demon ancestor wanted to say something, but stopped. At this moment, Gu Fei had already taken the wheel of heavens and realms. I didn't expect it to be so badly damaged. Gu Fei only glanced at the wheel of the heavens and realms before throwing it into his inner world. Then he used his various supreme Tao treasures to suppress the wheel of the heavens and realms. He had all sorts of extreme Tao treasures, such as the myriad gods' ancestral sword, the violet gold divine sword, the primal chaos sky ceiling diagram, the mountain river diagram, the three-world steel, and many more. If these extreme Tao treasures were used at the same time, even the flawless myriad realms wheel of the heavens could be suppressed. Needless to say, it was a heavily damaged wheel of heavens and realms. Come and die. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the three primordial fiends in front of him. These three fellows actually dared to scheme against him. They truly deserved to die. If he hadn't had a backup plan, these three fellows would have succeeded today. What did you say? The six-armed demon ancestor was enraged. This fella actually dared to look down on him. Little fella, even primogenitor emperor, didn't dare to speak to us in such a manner. Red fire demonic ancestor stared at Gu Fei in rage. Really? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Damn it! When the six-armed demon ancestor saw that Gu Fei actually attacked him again, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This fellow was not only strong, but also unscrupulous. He didn't fear the demons of the primogenital world at all. At this time, the cracks on the six-armed demon ancestor's body finally disappeared. An extremely strong demonic Tao power exploded from his body. Rays of demonic light circled around his body like demonic lightning. A powerful extreme demonic might radiated from his body, causing the surrounding void to ripple like water. It was as if a boundless ocean had appeared between the heavens and earth. On each of the 6 arms of the 6-armed demon ancestor, a demonic weapon appeared. Each demonic weapon was emitting an extreme demonic aura. In the battle with Gu Fei just now, he didn't use the 6 demonic weapons. However, it was different now. If he continued to hide it, he would probably be killed by this little fella here. The 6-armed demon ancestor was going all out. Bell, cauldron, sword, saber, spear, and halberd. Countless demonic patterns rushed out from the 6 demonic weapons. As they danced, billions of demonic patterns vanished in the void. The 6 demonic weapons were taken out at the same time. In the sky, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying, destructive demonic wind. The void was constantly being destroyed. Even Gu Fei was forced to fall out of the void. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and stepped into the void like an ancestral dragon, soaring into the sky. He threw a punch at the 6-armed demon ancestor. The violent fist force broke through the layers of demonic power and hit the 6 demonic weapons that the 6-armed demon ancestor was attacking. Clang! When Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic artifacts, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The power of the 6 demonic artifacts erupted at the same time. 6 streams of demonic energy converged together to block the earth-shattering punch. Kill! The Scarlet Fire Demon Ancestor also attacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon-shaped spear. The spear instantly turned into a fire dragon and pounced at Gu Fei. This was the demonic weapon of the Scarlet Fire Demon Ancestor. It was called the Extreme Path Fire Dragon Spear. The body of this demonic weapon was actually an ancestral dragon. The primogenitor demon ancestor had refined an ancestral dragon into his demonic weapon. Come on! Gu Fei snorted coldly. His right leg was like a long whip. He kicked the fire dragon that was pouncing at him and sent it flying. At this time, the blood wolf demon ancestor roared at the sky. A crimson demonic moon immediately fell from the sky and blasted at Gu Fei. The power of the Extreme Path Secret Realm came from the demonic moon and froze the void. The entire world was illuminated by the crimson demonic light emitted from the crimson demonic moon. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly slapped upwards. A huge palm appeared in the void and directly slapped at the descending crimson demonic moon. Boom! Under the gaze of all the Extreme Path Supremes, Gu Fei's huge palm slapped the crimson demonic moon. The demonic moon that emitted boundless cold aura exploded. The blood wolf evil lord let out a muffled groan and retreated, punching the 6 arms, kicking the Scarlet Fire Demon Ancestor, and slashing the blood wolf demon ancestor. Gu Fei actually suppressed the 3 primogenitor demon ancestor once again. This caused all the Extreme Path Supremes to be inexplicably shocked. Before this, many Extreme Path Supremes were very disdainful of Gu Fei. What Extreme Path legend? 9 Paths Supremes. They all thought that it was a false rumor and not true. But now, the battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was too heaven-defying. If this wasn't the Extreme Path legend, then what was it? If this wasn't the 9 Paths Supremes, then what was it? After this battle, Gu Fei's name would spread throughout the primogenitor realm. Fight it out with him. The 6-armed demon ancestor roared. The cultivation and battle strength of the other party had far exceeded their expectations. In this battle, it was either this little guy die or they die. They had no way out. Fight it out. The bodies of the six-armed demon ancestor, the scarlet fire demon ancestor, and the blood wolf demon ancestor began to emit almost transparent demonic flames. An unprecedentedly powerful demonic power erupted from their bodies, causing the entire world to lose its color. This is... Gu Fei looked at the three primogenita demon ancestor with a solemn expression. Chapter 3870. Genius in a second. Remember love, go divided by small? Talk. Net provides you with exciting novels to read. Gu Fei had the upper hand even though he was fighting 1 against 3. This shocked and angered the six-armed demon ancestor and the others. The super supremes who were watching the battle from afar were also moved. Love, go, small, talk, netku, is this the power and terror of an extreme grade legend? A super supremes muttered to themselves. At this moment, the Golden Crow Emperor's expression was very ugly. It seemed that it was impossible to take revenge on this fellow. It was best to reconcile with this fellow. It was definitely not worth it to provoke such a powerful enemy. It could bring disaster to his entire race at any time. I heard that he annihilated the wood race. It seems like the wood race's annihilation was not unjustified. A supremes from outside the southern region exclaimed. The news of Gu Fei annihilating the wood race had already spread to other regions in the ancestral realm. However, the supremes from other regions did not believe it at all. One should know that the wood race was one of the 5 elements divine clans in the ancestral realm. It was a race that had been passed down for countless years. Even in the entire ancestral realm, the wood race was not a nameless race. Most importantly, the wood race had 2 supreme ancestor supremes. This was the most fundamental reason why the wood race could continue to exist. With the supremes in charge, as long as it was not a superforce, it was impossible to annihilate the wood race. However, Gu Fei had annihilated the entire wood tribe all by himself. In the eyes of the sovereigns from the other regions, this was simply impossible. However, no one dared to doubt Gu Fei's strength anymore. The ancestral realm was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss, and the strong ruled over the weak. As long as Gu Fei was strong enough, no one would dare to cause trouble for him even if he annihilated the wood race. Even the other races in the 5 elements divine clans would not dare to stand up for the wood race. The gold race, the water race, the fire race, and the earth race originally wanted to cause trouble for Gu Fei. But now, when their ancestors saw Gu Fei's true strength, they were all terrified. He had no choice. Even if the 4 god races worked together, they might not be able to defeat Gu Fei. Even if they managed to defeat Gu Fei, they would most likely suffer heavy losses, giving the other superpowers an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion boomed out. The 6-armed demon ancestor had channeled his 6 great demon weapons with all his might, causing them to explode right away. 6 streams of black smoke rushed out and fused together. A terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the void. This was the fusion of the 6 great demonic weapons, and its might had soared to an unimaginable level. This kind of power had already touched upon the mysterious and unfathomable realm. Even Gu Fei was moved. The demonic shadow in the sky was like a supreme ruler looking down at him like an ant beneath his feet. It was as if it had a life of its own. Ha ha! The 6-armed demon ancestor laughed maniacally. As he laughed, he coughed up blood. This was his last resort. He had refined the 6 great demon weapons for his entire life. But now he was forced to self-destruct by someone else to unleash his ultimate combat strength. The 12 primogenitor demons in the extreme demon territory were all terrifying demons who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each of them had their own means of survival. The 6-armed demon ancestor's method of survival was to perish together with the enemy. After killing the enemy, he would lose half of his life. Go to hell. The six-armed demon ancestor roared and slammed his palm at Gu Fei. Countless demonic marks rushed out from his palm and covered the entire sky. The demonic shadow in the sky also attacked at the same time, slamming his palm at Gu Fei. Rumble! The void was annihilated as if it had been erased by a supremacy. Good timing! Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He roared, and a powerful wave of power burst out from his body. It was so powerful that it made the entire world pale. 9 rays of extreme divine light rushed out from his body and gathered on his fist. In an instant, his fist and even his entire arm turned into 9 colors. Ultimate destruction punch. Gu Fei did not hold back. He threw the strongest punch he could. His fist pushed forward slowly, as if 100,000 mountains were moving. The void in front of his fist was annihilated silently. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, Gu Fei's fist finally collided with the demonic hand that slammed down from the sky. The power of the 9 great paths transformed into a beam of 9-colored divine light on Gu Fei's fist and shot out. This beam of 9-colored divine light of the great path directly broke through the demonic hand, and then directly blasted through the demonic shadow in the sky that was so terrifying that even a super supreme being would tremble in fear. The 6-armed demon ancestor screamed and retreated. Gu Fei's punch, with all his strength, dispersed the demonic shadow in the sky. At the same time, the 6-armed demon ancestor suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices, and he looked extremely ferocious. What? Seeing this, the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor were dumbfounded. The strongest attack of the 6-armed demon ancestor was destroyed by Gu Fei head-on. How was this possible? The Scarlet Fire demon ancestor knew that even he could not withstand the attack of the 6-armed demon ancestor. If he were to face it head-on, he would probably be killed. Of course, the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor had his own trump card. What are you waiting for? Use your trump card and kill him. The 6-armed demon ancestor roared. His aura was weakening rapidly, and his black hair turned snow white. He aged instantly, as if he had been deprived of countless years. Preposterous! The Scarlet Fire demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor were shocked and furious. At this moment, the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor's extreme Tao Fire Dragon spear exploded. An ancestral dragon divine soul rushed out and instantly fused with the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor. In the next moment, the demonic power that erupted from the Scarlet Fire demon ancestor increased by several times. At the same time, the Blood Wolf demon ancestor took out a drop of demonic blood and ate it. The Blood Wolf demon ancestor's body immediately surged with a ball of bloody light, as if his blood was burning. His demonic power also increased by several times. The entire void seemed to be unable to contain his demonic body, and the void around him was being destroyed. In the blood-colored demonic light that surged from the body of the primogenitor demon ancestor, there were countless original blood-colored demonic patterns. These demonic patterns seemed to be able to corrode everything and had great power. At this moment, because Gu Fei had used the extreme destruction punch, he had instantly expended an endless amount of essence qi. It made him feel like his body was being emptied. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. Haha, little fella, die. The Scarlet Fire demon ancestor and the Blood Wolf demon ancestor laughed maniacally as they directly attacked Gu Fei. The Scarlet Fire demon ancestor turned into a supreme fire dragon and pounced at Gu Fei. The dragon claws tore the sky and earth apart, shattering everything. As for the Blood Wolf demon ancestor, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood-colored demonic fire. Everywhere the demonic fire passed, the void was destroyed and everything was corroded. The monstrous demonic power seemed to be able to destroy the world, shaking the entire world. Even the Super Supremes who were watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. If such power appeared in the outside world, it would definitely be able to destroy a region, and countless living beings would be mercilessly obliterated. Facing the supreme attack of the two Primogenita demon ancestor, even Gu Fei's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Chapter 3871. Genius in a Second. Remember, love, go. We provide you with exciting novels to read. The two Primogenita demons were going all out. The blood wolf demonic lord spat out a crimson demonic fire. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic fire exploded, engulfing the entire world and even burning the starry sky. Countless stars were annihilated in the demonic fire, shattering stars with a flick of their fingers and swallowing the sun and moon with their mouths. This was a piece of cake for an extreme supremacy. If they wanted to, it would not be difficult for them to destroy a world. The void was shrouded by the crimson demonic fire and was silently annihilated. Gu Fei, however, stood quietly in the void with his hands behind his back. No matter how the demonic fire raged, it could not get more than 3 feet away from his body. It was all blocked by an invisible force. At this moment, the demonic dragon that the crimson fire demonic lord had transformed into was like a supreme primogenitor dragon in the sea of crimson flames. It rode the wind and waves and pounced in front of Gu Fei. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, and its huge dragon claw tore at Gu Fei. The void was like a thin piece of paper that was torn apart by the dragon claw. This is your trump card. If so, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at the two Primogenita demons coldly. He did not move and allowed the demonic dragon's sharp claw to scratch his protective aura. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Gu Fei did not move at all. However, the demonic dragon's claw exploded and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated in the void. What? Seeing this scene, all the supremacies were shocked. The power of an extreme legend was far beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, the 6-armed demonic lord was already badly injured and was no longer a threat. How could he be so powerful? The 6-armed demonic lord stared at Gu Fei, who was shrouded in demonic fire, in disbelief. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The crimson, demonic fire that filled the sky immediately gathered towards him and was devoured by him. You. The blood wolf evil ancestor was shocked. Gu Fei was actually devouring his power. His power was the power of the Devil Dao. The power of the Devil Dao, especially the power of the extreme Dao, contained an unimaginable demonic nature. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to withstand this kind of demonic nature. Even if it was a quasi-supreme, being tainted by this kind of demonic nature, they would also trigger their inner demons and directly die. Even an extreme supremacy would not dare to casually refine demonic energy. But now, Gu Fei was actually devouring the demonic energy of the blood wolf demonic ancestor. This made the surrounding extreme grade supremes feel incredulous. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, demonic energy was also a type of energy from the heavens and earth. As such, theoretically speaking, demonic energy could also be refined and absorbed by him to improve his cultivation. All of you, come over here. Gu Fei's body trembled, and a heaven-devouring force immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding void directly collapsed and was then devoured. The supreme power of the extreme Dao directly enveloped the two primogenitor fiends. In the next moment, the two primogenitor fiends involuntarily flew towards Gu Fei. Damn it! The blood wolf evil ancestor roared in anger. However, no matter how he struggled or how he activated the demonic energy in his body, it was useless. He still flew towards Gu Fei. Just as he was about to be caught by Gu Fei, a nearly transparent demonic fire erupted from his body. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the changes on the blood wolf evil ancestor's body. Boom! The blood wolf evil ancestor's demonic body suddenly exploded. Every drop of blood, every piece of bone, and even his soul were burning. This was the last attack that he had unleashed at the cost of burning his life. This demonic fire was too powerful and terrifying. A strand of it could burn a pinnacle extreme grade supremacy to ashes. This was the Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor's true trump card. This power blocked the devouring power that erupted from Gu Fei's body, and the Red Fire Evil Ancestor took the opportunity to escape. Gu Fei was fearless. He directly rushed towards the terrifying demonic fire. In just an instant, his speed was raised to the extreme, and his strength instantly increased by 10 times. Boom! The power that the Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor had unleashed by burning his flesh, bones, and tendons was directly smashed by Gu Fei. Countless blood-colored demonic flames scattered in all directions. The power of Gu Fei's collision had even shattered the Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor's divine soul. A generation of primogenitor fiends had actually fallen just like that. At this moment, the entire world was silent. No one spoke, and everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? That was a primogenitor fiend. The Golden Crow Thearka's voice was trembling, and his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. This Gu Fei was simply too heaven-defying. Even the primogenitor fiend was no match for him. Compared to the primogenitor fiend, although the Golden Crowtharch was also a supreme expert in the extreme grade mystic realm, his cultivation and combat power were still slightly inferior. If Gu Fei could kill the primogenitor fiend, didn't that mean that he could also kill the Golden Crowtharch? The Golden Crowtharch was even more shocked at this thought. At this moment, Gu Fei's physical body was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the demonic essence chi around him. You, the 6-armed demon ancestor, and the Red Fire Evil Ancestor were extremely shocked. No one knew better than them how powerful the Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor was. The Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor was a primogenitor fiend who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, such a powerful primogenitor fiend did not die in the darkest era. Instead, he died in the hands of Gu Fei. After killing the Blood Wolf Evil Ancestor and devouring his demonic essence chi, the aura on Gu Fei's body actually became even stronger. The power of the extreme grade mystic realm spread throughout the world, and even the stars in the sky were trembling. Roar! The 6-armed demon ancestor roared into the sky, and a demonic tower rushed out of his body. The next moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the demonic tower. Buzz! The heavenly demon tower was shaking, and the 9 great gods in the tower directly appeared on each floor. The 9 floors of the demonic tower were like 9 small worlds. The aura of the 9 great gods gathered together, and the weather changed instantly, and the sun and moon lost their luster. Supremacy Scarlet Flame rushed over and also spat a mouthful of blood on the heavenly demon tower. After absorbing the essence blood of Supremacy Scarlet Flame, the power that erupted from the heavenly demon tower suddenly increased by more than 2 times. Countless ancient demonic patterns appeared and interweaved on the surface of the tower. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. He allowed the 2 fellows to activate the heavenly demon tower. He wanted to see how strong the heavenly demon tower could be. Swish! Soon, the heavenly demon tower suddenly emitted a bright light, and a demonic light shot out from the tower, straight into the depths of the starry sky. Little fellow, you are too arrogant. The 6-armed demon ancestor stared coldly at Gu Fei. At this moment, he had become even more aged, and his back was hunched, as though he could fall at any time. As for the Scarlet Flame demon ancestor, he also looked exhausted. The heavenly demon tower had devoured most of his essence chi, and if it were to happen again, he might not be able to hold on. Chapter 3872. Genius 1 second, remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A demonic tower stood in the void, like a demonic mountain comparable to the Primogenitor Mountain. The power that erupted from it directly shattered the surrounding void. Love, go, small, say, neck canine terrifying silhouettes appeared within the heavenly demon tower. Every single one of them was glowing with an immortal divine light, and their divine might was earth-shattering. It was as if this devil pagoda could destroy the world with just a slight movement. The supreme venerables who were watching the battle from afar hurriedly retreated further away. They did not want to be affected by a battle of this level. One had to know that if one was affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level, the consequences would be dire. One's life could be in danger at any time. Even if one was as powerful as an extreme grade supreme being, it was the same. For living beings below the extreme Tao realm, extreme Tao supremes were indestructible and omnipotent. However, for extreme Tao supremes, longevity was relative. Battles between extreme Tao supremes would often result in the deaths of supremes. The fall of an extreme grade supreme being was no small matter. When the news of Gu Fei's battle with the 3 primogenitor devils spread out, the whole world was shocked. This caused a much greater sensation than when he killed the 2 primogenitors of the wood race. Little fellow, you're too arrogant. You're actually allowing us to increase our strength? Scarlet Fire Devil Ancestor grinned hideously as he stared at Gu Fei. So what if you can activate the Heavenly Demon Tower? Gu Fei said disdainfully, "Stop talking nonsense with him." The 6-armed demon ancestor said impatiently. They continued to conjure hand seals, causing the Sky Demon Tower to move. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with black cracks. Rumble! It was as if the 100,000 demon mountains had fallen from the sky. Even the supreme beings who were watching the battle from afar could feel the immense pressure. Gu Fei, who bore the brunt of the pressure, remained as still as a mountain. In the face of this terrifying pressure, he was as calm as a cloud and as light as a breeze. The surrounding world essence, Qi, was gathering towards him. At this moment, the heavenly demonic tower had already frozen the void and sealed the heaven and earth, completely cutting off Gu Fei's path of retreat. However, Gu Fei still didn't move. He just raised his head and looked at the demonic tower in the sky that was filled with monstrous demonic aura. Streams of demonic aura fell from above, like black dragons. Victory or defeat was decided at this moment. Everyone was extremely nervous. The surrounding supremacies, and even the Golden Crow, the Arch, hoped that Gu Fei could defeat the Ancestor Fiend. Buzz! Just as the demonic tower continued to press down, a rumble came from Gu Fei's body. Then 9 perfect great ways immediately emerged and intertwined on his body. 9 Das as one, invincible under the heavens. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei let out a furious roar as boundless energy gathered on his fist. 9 types of Tao patterns, 9 types of power of the Great Path, emerged continuously from Gu Fei's body. His entire body was like an unsheathed, peerless divine weapon, as though he could soar into the sky and pierce through the sky in the next moment. Kill! The Scarlet Fire Demon Ancestor and the 6-armed Demon Ancestor were frantically activating the Heavenly Demon Tower. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei moved. Cracks immediately appeared in the void around him, and the cracks spread outward like black lightning. At the same time, Gu Fei had already soared into the sky with invincible might. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei instantly collided with the Heavenly Demon Tower that was pressing down. In the next moment, great destruction erupted, and the surrounding void collapsed and then shattered. The Heavenly Demon Tower actually shook from the impact of Gu Fei's collision, and it was directly sent flying into the sky. Gu Fei was like a supreme god of war, and he directly punched out again. Bam! The Heavenly Demon Tower was sent flying again. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Fei consecutively punched out 9 times, and the power of each punch was enough to directly kill an extreme supremacy. Seeing this scene, those super supremacies could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. After today, probably no one would be able to suppress this fellow. An extreme supremacy of the older generation side. At this moment, cracks actually appeared on the heavenly demon tower. However, these cracks quickly disappeared, and the Tao artifact was self-repairing. The six-armed demon ancestor and the scarlet fire demon ancestor were in an extremely pathetic state. They were not spared from the impact of the heavenly demon tower, especially the six-armed demon ancestor, whose aura was already very weak. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The six-armed demon ancestor was, after all, one of the 12 ancestral demons of the ancestral realm, and still could not be underestimated. Go to hell! Gu Fei directly fused with the myriad god ancestral sword, turning into a thin golden sword light that instantly rushed out and directly strangled the six-armed demon ancestor and the scarlet fire demon ancestor. In the next moment, the two great ancestral demons were motionless. Then a bloody scar appeared on the forehead of the six-armed demon ancestor, and the divine light in his eyes gradually disappeared. The six-armed demon ancestor was dead, and the scarlet fire demon ancestor wouldn't be able to survive either. That sword had directly killed the two great ancestral demons, and this was the terror of an extreme legend. After killing the six-armed demon ancestor and the scarlet fire demon ancestor, Gu Fei extended his right hand and directly kept the heavenly demon tower. When the surrounding extreme supremacies saw this, they were filled with envy and hatred. No one dared to attack Gu Fei, and no one dared to provoke him. He actually defeated the three great ancestral demons. A burst of laughter came from the top of the mountain that was protected by the mountain river cauldron. Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were fortunate that Gu Fei had made a move this time. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the myriad world wheel. Gu Fei was undoubtedly the big winner. Not only did he obtain the myriad world wheel, but he also obtained the number 1 demon artifact of the ancestral realm. Taoist Gu, congratulations. When Gu Fei returned to the top of the mountain, Crazy Taoist immediately congratulated him. At this moment, Crazy Taoist wasn't crazy at all. Supreme Black Tortoise and the others quickly went up to congratulate him. Humph! The Golden Crow Great Emperor sneered and directly turned to leave. The other supremacies also left. This time, the myriad world was finally taken away by someone. This was a major event. After all, the ancestral demon territory had lost 3 ancestral demons. Most importantly, even the number 1 demon artifact of the ancestral realm had fallen into the hands of Gu Fei. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the ancestral demon territory. A demon figure appeared in the dusky world, overlooking the vast land under his feet. Old 6, and the others are actually dead? How is this possible? In another direction of the ancestral demon territory, a young man with long blood-red hair walked over. This young man looked like an ordinary person, but his blood-red eyes revealed a terrifying gaze. Nothing is impossible. Their life cards have already been broken, and they can't be more dead. A demon said, and another demon figure appeared between heaven and earth. Who is it? Could it be that they were besieged? A demon said, "How dare they kill the ancestral demon territory? No matter who they are, I want them dead." A demon said while gritting his teeth. Chapter 3873. Genius 1 second, remember if you want to go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Ancestor Demon Territory was located in the western region of the Ancestor world. The entire Ancestor Demon Territory occupied half of the western region. This demon territory was too big. It gave birth to countless demons. It was also a paradise for demon Tao cultivators. They were the most powerful purebred demons. In the Ancestor Demon Territory, there were 12 most powerful demons. The ancestors of these 12 demons were the 12 Ancestor demons. The 12 demons each controlled a region. They divided the entire ancestor demon territory into 12 regions. The 12 ancestor demons were not as united as it seemed to the outside world. Among the 12 demons, some formed alliances and some fought against each other. The entire ancestor demon territory was not peaceful. In addition to the 12 most powerful devil clans, there were also other devil clans in the primogenitor demon domain. The weaker devil clans attached themselves to the 12 great devil clans. When the news of the deaths of the six-armed demon ancestor, the scarlet fire demon ancestor, and the blood wolf demon ancestor spread to the ancestor demon ancestor, the entire ancestor demon ancestor, it set off a huge wave. This news shocked all the devils and made them dumbfounded. Those were the ancestor demons. They were supreme existences. In the ancestor demon territory, the six-armed demon ancestor and the others were supreme rulers. They could move unhindered in the demon territory. Apart from the other ancestor demons, no one could rival them. How could such powerful existences be killed? Who could kill the six-armed demon ancestor and the others? Some ancestor demons suspected that the appearance of the Myriad Realms wheel was a trap. It was a trap to lure them there and kill them. However, some ancestor demons did not agree with this view. This time it was not one ancestor demon going to the ancestor mountain range, but 3. When the 3 ancestor demons joined forces, even supreme existences in the extreme path secret realm would not be a match for them. The remaining 9 ancestor demons in the ancestor demon territory believed that the six-armed demon ancestor and the others were besieged by extreme path supremes. Moreover, the extreme path supremes besieged the six-armed demon ancestor, and the others were definitely the most powerful group of extreme path supremes. It should be known that not everyone dared to attack the ancestor demons. Boom! At the peak of the primogenitor devil mountain, in the depths of the primogenitor devil domain, a beam of demonic light suddenly shot out. An extremely terrifying demonic might spread out in all directions from the mountain peak. Love, go, small, say, net, chew the entire sky above the primogenitor devil mountain was filled with vast clouds. The wind and clouds changed colors as a devilish figure appeared on the mountain peak. It was like a supreme ruler looking down at the billions of lives below it. Boss is out of seclusion. The other primogenitor devils instantly sensed this aura and looked towards the primogenitor devil mountain in shock. At this moment, on the mountain peak, the eldest of the progenitor fiends opened his mouth and inhaled. All of the surrounding demonic essence immediately gathered towards him. Buzz! The progenitor fiend's body rumbled as countless demonic runes rushed out from his body and interweaved in the void. The primogenitor fiend god's aura that erupted from the body of the primogenitor fiend god was constantly increasing. In the end, the entire world was filled with demonic patterns. At this moment, the figures of the other primogenitor fiends appeared nearby. Just as the eldest of the primogenitor fiends was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Gufei met up with Sovereign Black Tortoise and the others, and they hurried back to Ingtian sect. During this trip to the primogenitor mountain range, only Gufei obtained great benefits. Not only did he successfully snatch the Myriad World Wheel, he even obtained the Heavenly Demon Tower, which was known as the #1 demonic artifact in the primogenitor world. However, because of this, he offended the various primogenitor fiends in the primogenitor devil territory. At this moment, chaos appeared in the primogenitor devil territory. This was because the six-armed demon ancestor and the other 2 demon ancestors had suddenly fallen, and the territories they left behind became a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the other demons. Even some of the weaker demonic sects wanted a piece of the pie. For a moment, the big shots in the primogenitor devil territory were busy fighting for territories, and they didn't have time to care about Gufei. Very soon, Gufei returned to Ingtian sect and entered the ancestors' land. However, the Black Tortoise Supreme and the others didn't follow Gufei to Ingtian sect. They left halfway. Only the mad Taoist followed Gu Fei to Ying Tian sect. The mad Taoist wandered around the human world and didn't have a fixed residence. Naturally, he was happy to follow Gu Fei back to Ying Tian sect. After returning to Ying Tian sect, Gu Fei went into seclusion because he wanted to refine the myriad world wheel and the heavenly demon tower. Once he refined these two supreme Tao artifacts, he would have two more trump cards. After Gu Fei went into seclusion, the old ancestor Ying Tian was in charge of entertaining the sloppy Taoist. Not long after, the Shooting Sun Supreme also came to Ying Tian sect with a few other supremes. The ancestors' land of Ying Tian sect, which was originally deserted after a few rounds of cleansing, immediately became lively again. At this time, Ying Tian sect's territory at least doubled, and no one dared to snatch Gu Fei's things anymore because the price was too high, especially after Gu Fei slew the 3 primogenita fiends. Even those super supremes didn't dare to provoke him. At this time, deep in the ancestors' land of Ying Tian sect, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a huge rock at the peak of a mountain. A Tao artifact floated in front of him. This Tao artifact emitted a shocking demonic aura. This Tao artifact was actually the Heavenly Demon Tower. Gu Fei wanted to refine the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, Gu Fei didn't make a move immediately. He sat quietly on the rock and sensed the great Tao of heaven and earth, gradually adjusting his state of mind and martial body to their best state. However, Gu Fei sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 4th day, Gu Fei opened his eyes. In the next moment, 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and instantly entered the Heavenly Demon Tower in front of him. This was Gu Fei's divine will of the extreme mystic realm. This type of divine will was so powerful that it could kill someone with just a thought. However, the moment such a powerful divine will entered the Heavenly Demon Tower, the tower immediately began to tremble. Every single level of the tower lit up. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the 9 levels of the tower. Every level had a silhouette faintly visible, and every silhouette emitted extremely powerful waves of the extreme mystic realm. The Heavenly Demon Tower wasn't without a master, so refining the Heavenly Demon Tower wasn't an easy task. Rumble! As Gu Fei's divine will continued to strengthen, the entire Heavenly Demon Tower shook more and more violently. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the Heavenly Demon Tower. What's happening? Someone from Ying Tian sect exclaimed. How would I know? Another disciple of Ying Tian sect answered. Looks like only the primogenitor knows what's happening, said a disciple of Ying Tian sect. Refining a demonic artifact. Mad Taoist was in a courtyard, hugging his wine gourd. He looked in the direction of Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Although the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were curious, they didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei. On this day, the ancestral grounds of Ying Tian sect were shrouded by demonic qi. The patriarch of Ying Tian had no choice but to evacuate everyone because no one knew when the demonic qi would dissipate. Even cultivators couldn't stay in places where demonic qi gathered for long, because demonic qi contained demonic characteristics that would trigger the inner demons of cultivators. Because of this, many people died. As for those who stayed in the ancestral grounds of Ying Tian sect, other than the Shooting Sun Supreme and the other supremes who were protecting Gu Fei, even the patriarch of Ying Tian sect had retreated. What's going on? Outside the ancestral grounds of Ying Tian sect, countless cultivators saw the soaring demonic qi in the ancestral grounds. Within the demonic qi, they could vaguely see a demonic figure. This was the demonic qi of the extreme Tao. As long as one came into contact with a trace of it, they would immediately die. It was extremely domineering. Even the patriarch of Ying Tian sect didn't know what Gu Fei was doing to cause such a huge commotion. This was something he had never expected. In the depths of the ancestral grounds of Ying Tian sect, Gu Fei was still using his spirit sense to erase the 9 marks on the heavenly demon tower. After the deaths of the 6-armed demon ancestor, the scarlet fire demon ancestor, and the blood wolf demon ancestor, the power of the marks they left on the heavenly demon tower was greatly reduced, which also caused the power of the heavenly demon tower to weaken. Of course, these 9 marks had to be erased, and then his own mark would be added. Only then would the demonic qi become Gu Fei's. What is this guy doing? In the distance, the figures of the extreme Tao Supremes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei killing the 3 primogenitor fiends had truly shocked all the Supremes present. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's strength had also caused the other Supremes to feel uneasy, especially the Li clan and the Black Tortoise Supremes. These fellows had offended Gu Fei before. If Gu Fei came to settle the score with them, they would be out of luck. Moreover, there were still many extreme Tao Supremes in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. These extreme Tao Supremes of the southern region were very uneasy because Gu Fei had broken the balance of power in the southern region. Ying Tian sect's limelight was too great, and their territory was constantly expanding. Ying Tian sect was getting stronger and stronger, suppressing the other forces to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. At this time, Ying Tian sect already had the strength of an overlord. However, the patriarch of Ying Tian was very low-key, and no one knew his cultivation level. The patriarch of Ying Tian was very careful to conceal his own aura, never be seen through by the enemy. This was the experience that the patriarch of Ying Tian had accumulated after roaming the southern region for countless years. As long as the extreme Tao legend isn't eliminated, we will never have a day of peace. In an ancient divine city in the southern region of the ancestral realm, in a seemingly ordinary courtyard, over a dozen Supremes were sitting around a stone table. Among them were the Black Tortoise Supremes and the Li clan's 2 great primogenitors. Brother Huangji is right. However, if we want to kill the extreme Tao legend, even if we succeed in the end, I'm afraid more than half of the people here will die. A white-robed old man frowned. This way, the southern region will become empty, and the super forces of other regions will be able to take advantage of it. Someone said worriedly, "If we don't have a sure-kill method, how would we dare to ask for your help?" The person who spoke was the Li clan's 2nd primogenitor. Chapter 3874. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The ancient God City stood in the middle of a group of mountains. There was only one winding mountain path, and it looked very ordinary. However, such a divine city had existed for countless years. The history of the divine city could even be traced back to the mythical era of the primogenitor realm. This place used to be the ancestral ground of the strongest race in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Countless years had passed, but this race still existed. However, they were very low-key. This clan had already faded from the sight of all cultivators. However, to the extreme supreme beings of the older generation, this clan was still the strongest clan in the southern region. This clan had the surname Tian, and they were known as the Tian clan. This divine city was the celestial clan's ancestral city. But now there were more than a dozen extreme grade Supremes gathered in the ancestral city of the heavenly clan. Their leader was a white-haired, white-browed old man in white robes. You guys better think this through. The white-robed old man who had not spoken all this, while suddenly raised his head and swept his gaze across all the Supremes. His gaze was calm, showing neither sorrow nor joy. He was completely an ordinary old man. However, not a single one of the Supremes present dared to look down on him, because he was the heavenly clan's old clan master. Even the Li family's 2nd ancestor, in front of him, was only a junior. My big brother is about to return. The 3rd progenitor of the Li clan looked at the old man and said indifferently, "Oh, Li Changtian is coming back? Has he already found that path?" When the old man heard this, he could not help but look at the third ancestor of the Li clan. A light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Love, go, small, say, Netka, the number one ancestor of the Li family, was called Li Changtian. He had already disappeared for countless years. Some people said that he was searching for a way to break through, because his cultivation base had already reached the limit of the extreme Tao. Li Changtian was definitely one of the strongest sovereigns in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. He had once suppressed the southern region's sovereign with his strength alone. It could be said to be invincible in the southern region. It was also because of Li Changtian that the Li clan could become one of the strongest clans in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. However, ever since Li Changtian disappeared, the Li clan's power had gradually weakened. The Li family's second and third progenitors didn't have the ability to intimidate the crowd. Li Changtian is actually coming back. All the supreme martial artists present couldn't help but be moved. Li Changtian was definitely a ruthless character. Legend Gu Fei against Li Changtian. This was definitely a battle that could shake the entire primogenitor realm. Everyone was excited. With Li Changtian taking action, why would they be afraid of Gu Fei? The legendary Gu Fei has finally reached the end of his life. A supreme being said these words. First generation High Lord Li Changtian. Someone exclaimed. Li Changtian had once been called the Southern Region, Supremacy, by the supremacies of the Southern Region. There were only two people who could be called Supremacy in the entire Southern Region. Love, Gob, Small, say, Netku Supremacy, Supreme Supremacy. These titles were supreme and unparalleled. Gu Fei had killed many supremacies, subdued the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the other supremacies, and even defeated the Golden Crow Arch and killed the 3 primogenitor fiends in the Primogenitor mountain range, making countless supremacies lower their heads. However, at this time, the supremacies in the Divine City didn't think highly of Gu Fei. This was because of one person, Li Changtian. Even if all the supremacies present joined forces, they wouldn't be Li Changtian's match. But if they joined forces, they had the confidence to challenge Gu Fei. Moreover, Li Changtian had already been the southern region's supremacy for countless years. So many years had passed. Just how powerful had his cultivation become? Just thinking about it made the supremacy's hearts palpitate. I wonder if he has taken that step. The Celestial Clan leader's aged voice rang out. At the Celestial Clan leader's level of cultivation, he had already reached the end of the extreme Tao. Even the Celestial Clan leader wasn't sure if there was another higher realm at the end of the extreme Tao. However, they had a feeling that their cultivation could improve further. As long as they found a way, they might be able to surpass the extreme Tao. Of course, even in the primogenitor realm, the source of all the realms, there had never been an existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. No one had successfully broken through the barrier of the extreme Tao. The extreme Tao was the highest realm recognized by the cultivators of the primogenitor realm and even the realms. My big brother only said that he was coming back. He didn't say anything else. The Li clan's third ancestor glanced at the crowd and said smugly, "Then let's wait for Supremacy Changtian to come back." The Celestial Clan leader said lightly, "That's right." All the supremacies present nodded. They didn't want to take the risk. If they went to find trouble with Gu Fei now, more than half of the supremacies present would die. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the supremacy realm. Who would be willing to risk their lives to fight an extreme Tao legend? There was nothing more to say. The supremacies then left. The Li clan's 2 primogenitors were a little dumbfounded. These guys were too cunning. They wanted the Li clan to be the vanguard. At this time, the Li clan's 2 primogenitors were filled with regret. Second brother this, outside the Celestial Clan's ancestral city. The Li clan's third ancestor looked at his second brother and didn't know what to say. "You bastard, who told you to be so talkative?" The Li clan's second ancestor was so angry that he almost kicked his bastard younger brother away. This guy had already become a supremacy, but he was still such a bastard. This shouldn't have happened. The old Tian clan lord and the others. Which one of them wasn't an extremely shrewd fellow? Originally, they wanted to drag the Celestial clan down with them and even let them be the vanguard. But now they were really courting death. They couldn't blame anyone else. How did I know that these guys would retreat? They're all a bunch of cowards. The Li clan's third ancestor said innocently. Sigh, I don't even know what to say to you. The Li clan's second ancestor shook his head helplessly. Then he turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing from the world. The Li clan's third ancestor hurriedly soared into the sky and chased after him. Humph. At this time on the Celestial clan's ancestral city, the Celestial clan leader sneered. He looked in the direction where the Li clan's two primogenitors disappeared with an incomparably deep gaze. Behind the Celestial clan leader stood a white-robed youth. The youth had sharp eyebrows and a slender figure. He stood quietly behind the Celestial clan leader. Trying to scam my Celestial clan? These guys are really laughable. The Celestial clan leader said indifferently, Ancestor, is that guy called Gu Fei really that powerful? The white-robed youth standing behind the Celestial clan leader suddenly said, Never underestimate others, and never overestimate yourself. The Celestial clan leader retracted his gaze and said indifferently, Yes, Ancestor. The white-robed youth hurriedly nodded. At this time, supremacies would occasionally rush out of the divine city and disappear into the horizon. At this time, Gu Fei was refining the heavenly demon tower. Chapter 3875. Genius in a Second. Remember, love, go. Talk. Net provides you with exciting novels to read. The Li clan and other forces of the southern region secretly contacted each other to kill Gu Fei, but no one dared to act rashly. Love, go. Small. Talk. Net. Go after the battle in the Primogenita mountain range. Everyone knew that Gu Fei was a legend, a supreme existence that could easily kill a supremacy. It was definitely not an easy task to kill Gu Fei. However, Li Changtian was about to return. Li Changtian was a supremacy of the southern region who had once suppressed all the supremacies of the southern region. His battle prowess and cultivation were unimaginable. However, Gu Fei did not know who Li Changtian was. At this time, the ancestral grounds of the Ying Tian sect were already shrouded in demonic qi. It was not an easy task to refine the heavenly demon tower. One had to know that the heavenly demon tower was known as the number one demonic artifact in the Primogenita realm. If it was so easy to refine, it wouldn't be the number one demonic artifact in the Primogenita realm. Rumble! Thunderous rumbles could be heard from within the demonic qi. There seemed to be countless demonic shadows roaring within the surging demonic qi. At this time, only the mad Taoist and the shooting sun supreme dared to ignore the demonic qi. All cultivators below the extreme grade fled far away. Even quasi-supremacies did not dare to approach the mass of demonic qi. Master, Patriarch Tian and the others were shocked. The demonic qi in front of them emitted a kind of demonic nature that disturbed the minds of cultivators. If a cultivator stayed in the demonic qi for a long time, the demonic nature contained within the demonic qi would trigger a terrifying inner demon, which could even directly take the cultivator's life. At this time, in the center of the demonic qi, a faintly discernible figure appeared. In front of him floated a 9-story demonic tower. Boom! Bang! Dull sounds of collision could be heard from the 9-story demonic tower. There were 2 figures fighting in each floor of the tower. One of them looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's avatar. The thing that was fighting endlessly with Gu Fei's clone was formed by the 9 brands of the heavenly demon tower. If Gu Fei wanted to completely control this supreme demonic weapon, he would have to erase the 9 brands on the heavenly demon tower. Bam! Right at this moment, a muffled sound rang out, and a figure was sent flying out of the heavenly demon tower. Gu Fei did not need to look to know that the figure that had been struck out of the heavenly demon tower was one of his divine clones. Humph! With a thought from Gu Fei, the figure that was formed by the heavenly demon tower's imprint once again rushed up, directly killing its way into the heavenly demon tower. The interior of each level of the 9-level demonic tower was like a small world of its own. Even if two figures were to fight endlessly inside, they would not damage the heavenly demonic tower. Bam! A dull sound rang out, and another figure was sent flying by the power of the heavenly demon tower. Gu Fei's avatar was also extremely powerful. I don't believe that I can't refine you. Gu Fei was truly enraged. In the next moment, a vertical purple mark appeared on his forehead, like a divine eye that could open at any time. Swoosh! A beam of purple light suddenly rushed out of Gu Fei's forehead, turning into 9 beams of divine light that instantly entered the heavenly demon tower. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of the extreme path surged out of the heavenly demon tower. A figure, shrouded in divine fire, was immediately sent flying. Buzz! The void trembled, and a figure directly rushed out of the heavenly demon tower, smashing a fist towards the figure. The two god-level existences actually began to fight in the void. The power of the extreme path spread out, and the surrounding demonic chi was actually dispersed. After receiving his support, Gu Fei's divine clone's power soared, becoming several times stronger than before. Boom! In the midst of a loud noise, that imprint of the heavenly demon tower was actually destroyed by Gu Fei's divine clone, turning into thousands of spiritual lights that were annihilated in the void. Success! Gu Fei said to himself. After his divine clone destroyed the imprint of the heavenly demon tower, it directly entered the 2nd level of the heavenly demon tower. Soon there was another loud noise, and then the 3rd level of the heavenly demon tower shook violently, and a figure was directly and mercilessly sent flying out. Only then did Gu Fei's divine clone walk out step by step. Swoosh! Gu Fei's divine clone waved a hand, and a beam of sword light flashed by, directly destroying another imprint of the great path in the heavenly demon tower. The 3rd level of the heavenly demon tower finally fell into his hands. The moment the divine clone entered, the entire 3rd level shone brightly, and the vast power waves that came out of it became even more powerful. The mountains were all shaking, and billowing demonic chi enveloped all directions. Even the stars in the sky were shaken by the impact, as if they would fall from the sky at any time. At this time, there were still 7 levels of the heavenly demon tower that had not been taken by Gu Fei. Of course, if Gu Fei wanted to refine the heavenly demon tower, it was only a matter of time. However, although Gu Fei was not in a hurry, the great ancestor Ing Tian and the others were not calm, fearing that enemies would directly come to kill them. It should be known that Gu Fei had offended a lot of people. Roar! At this time, a long roar came from outside the ancestral grounds of the Ing Tian clan. What? The great ancestor Ing Tian and the others suddenly changed their expressions. What they feared had really come. At this time, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of the great ancestor Ing Tian and the others. They saw that person directly stretched out a large hand, pushing towards the great ancestor Ing Tian, and the aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty. Seeing this, the great ancestor Ing Tian was really shocked, and he almost wet his pants. Just when the great ancestor Ing Tian thought that he was dead for sure, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side, directly receiving this palm. The power of the extreme path spread out, and the great ancestor Ing Tian was directly swept away. Rumble! The nearby pavilions directly collapsed, turning into ruins. It's you! The person who came could not help but be shocked when he saw a supreme martial artist with a divine bow on his back walk out. So it's you, Chu Huangji. The supreme martial artist with a divine bow on his back was naturally the Shooting Sun Supreme, and this extreme martial artist who suddenly arrived was an expert of the extreme path, Chu Huangji. I didn't think that the great Shooting Sun Supreme would actually be Gu Fei's dog here. Chu Huangji stared coldly at the Shooting Sun Supreme and said coldly, Chu Huangji, are you looking for death? The Shooting Sun Supreme's expression immediately became cold. Haha. Chu Huangji laughed loudly, then said, Want to kill me? You still don't have that ability. Is that so? Then you'll soon know whether I have that ability or not, the Shooting Sun Supreme said while clenching his teeth, full of killing intent. The Shooting Sun Supreme gritted his teeth and said with a murderous aura, This fellow was simply too detestable. To think that he would dare to belittle him. If you have the guts, come and fight. After saying that, Chu Huangji soared into the sky and rushed towards the mountain range in the distance. At this time, the Shooting Sun Supreme took out the divine bow on his body, then aimed it at Chu Huangji. He directly pulled the bow, and a divine arrow immediately condensed on the bow. A destructive aura spread out from the person and the bow, and the surrounding creatures were all extremely terrified. Chapter 3876. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The news that Li Changtian, the former southern region exalt of the primogenitor realm, was about to return quietly spread throughout the southern region and even the entire primogenitor realm. Love, go, small, say, Netco, the superpowers in the primogenitor realm were alarmed. Li Changtian had once been the #1 paragon of the southern domain, a title that had been earned with the blood of countless people. In that era, no one dared to object. But now, after countless years, Li Changtian, who had disappeared for so long, was about to return. Everyone was moved, especially those extreme grade supremes, who were incomparably excited. But at this time, someone directly attacked the ancestral land of the Yingtian sect to test Gu Fei. This person was not Li Changtian, but the ancestor of another cultivation clan in the southern region. Swoosh! At this moment, a dazzling arrow light instantly pierced through the void, shooting towards the invader. Powerful extreme Tao energy erupted from the arrow light. Buzz! With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling purple sword light rushed out from his hand and slashed at the incoming arrow light. The two divine lights instantly clashed together. It was as if a dazzling electric light suddenly exploded in the sky. Chu Huangji's sword had blocked the arrow light shot by the Shooting Sun Sovereign. Supreme Monarch, Sword Tao? The Shooting Sun Sovereign coldly stared at Chu Huangji, his eyes even brighter than the stars in the sky. Humph! Your archery is also not bad, Chu Huangji said indifferently. At this time, not a single person could be found in the surrounding 10,000 miles. Everyone had retreated to 100,000 miles away. The divine might of an extreme grade sovereign wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. All the living beings in the mountain range were trembling. Chu Huangji, what is the meaning of this? The divine bow in the Sun-Shooting Supreme's hand was already half drawn. A divine arrow could be vaguely seen on the bow, emitting an extremely terrifying aura of archery. All 3,000 great Taos could become martial sages. Sword Tao, Saber Tao, Spear Tao, Archery Tao, etc. When cultivated to the extreme, one could also become an extreme Tao Prime. However, in the cultivation world, under normal circumstances, the combat power of a Sword Tao Supreme Being was much stronger than that of other Supreme Beings. This was a widely acknowledged fact. What this Chu Huangji cultivated was the extreme Monarch Sword Tao, a sword that could destroy all techniques. The Shooting Sun Supremacy did not dare to be careless when facing a Sword Tao Ultimate Sovereign. It's nothing much. I just want to get to know a legend. Can you introduce me to him? Chu Huangji said to the Shooting Sun Sovereign with a faint smile. Humph, I think you're courting death. The Shooting Sun Supreme spoke in disdain. This fellow actually dared to test his master. He was simply courting death. The number of Supremes that had died at the hands of Gu Fei was not small. Even the wood race had been annihilated by Gu Fei. that was one of the 5 elements divine races. Although the Chu clan was also a large clan in the southern region, they might be more powerful than the Wood clan, but they were on par with the divine Yang temple. Courting death? Are you kidding me? Haha. Chu. Huangji laughed loudly. His voice spread far and wide. At this moment, in the Yingtian ancestral land, Gu Fei was refining the heavenly demon tower with great difficulty. It was definitely not an easy task to remove a brand. The heavenly demon tower had a total of 9 brands of the great path. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to destroy all 9 Dao marks. Gu Fei was at a critical juncture of refining the heavenly demon tower. Naturally, he would not care about Chu Huangji. At this moment, many powerful figures appeared in the vicinity. Every one of them emitted an aura of the extreme Dao. The Shooting Sun Supreme also had several supreme-level existences under him. Of course, these people were originally not the Shooting Sun Supreme's subordinates. However, after they were subdued by Gu Fei, they could only listen to Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Only Gu Fei could remove the restrictive technique that Gu Fei had placed on them. If anyone else touched the restrictive technique, the power of the restrictive technique would erupt and instantly destroy their divine soul. Brother Shooting Sun, are you planning to gang up on me? Chu Huangji could not help but be moved when he saw this. If the Shooting Sun Supreme really wanted to gang up on him, he could only retreat. Gang up on you? Haha. The Shooting Sun Supreme roared with laughter. This guy thought too highly of himself. Brother Shooting Sun, since this guy is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. A supreme being hidden in the clouds said coldly. A supreme being hidden in the clouds said coldly. A powerful divine might of the extreme Tao radiated out from that blurry figure, causing even the world to lose its color. That's right. The other supreme beings also nodded. Say no more. He's mine. The Shooting Sun Supreme waved his hand and said somewhat impatiently, as the palace lord of the Shooting Sun Divine Palace, he disdained joining hands with others. Humph. Looks like we should choose another day to fight, Chu Huangji said. He did not want to be ganged up on. Apart from the Shooting Sun Supreme, there were still 4 other supreme beings eyeing him covetously from the side. Given the current situation, retreating was the best choice. An extreme monarch supreme being like Chu Huangji, who had lived for countless years, naturally knew when to advance and retreat. Thinking of leaving? At this moment, a voice came from the ancestral land of Yingtian sect. The tone of this voice was calm, but the expressions of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others changed when they heard this voice. In the end, their master was alarmed. You are. Chu Huangji was shocked. He looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a vast demonic aura. However, he could not see anyone. My place is not a place where you can come and go as you please. That voice sounded again. Brother Gu. Chu Huangji was cautious. This was an extreme Dao legend. Who would dare to be impudent in front of an extreme Dao legend? Go and die. Gu Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. Within the boundless demonic aura, a huge hand directly broke through the demonic aura and slapped towards Chu Huangji. Humph. Chu Huangji sneered. An incomparably resplendent sword light rushed out from his body, meeting the huge hand that was slapping down. That gigantic hand directly shattered that resplendent sword light. Then it descended, directly smashing Chu Huangji into pieces in midair. The speed at which the huge hand descended was extremely fast. Chu Huangji did not even have the time to dodge. He was smashed into a bloody mist. Seeing the scene, everyone was indescribably shocked, especially the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Their master's cultivation was actually so powerful that he could kill Chu Huangji with a single slap. In the next moment, the huge hand trembled. A heaven-transforming power descended from it, instantly turning the bloody mist into nothingness. Chu Huangji's primordial spirit was also directly obliterated. An extreme monarch, supreme being of the ancestral realm's southern region, was killed just like that. This scene was too shocking. This was an extreme monarch, supreme being. Yet Gu Fei had actually killed him with a single slap, so easily. Chapter 3877. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The violet aura spread out for millions of miles. This scene was too shocking. A small half of the southern region was enveloped by the violet aura. Even though this phenomenon didn't last for long, it still caused a commotion in the ancestral realm. In the end, when the violet gas disappeared, someone discovered that a strand of violet gas had been cast into the ancestral land of the Li clan. In addition, there were rumors that the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Changtian, was about to return. This way, even the Tian clan's old patriarch could not sit still. On this day, the Tian clan's patriarch appeared outside the Li clan's ancestral land with a white-robed youth. When the Li clan's second and third progenitors received the news, they immediately came out to welcome the Celestial clan's old patriarch into the Li clan's ancestral land. The news that the Tian clan's old patriarch had personally come to the Li clan's ancestral land to pay a visit to the Li clan's mysterious powerhouse was spread by some people. Thus, the southern region of the primogenitor realm was shaken again. One had to know that the Tian clan's old clan master was a veteran supreme being. He had lived for far too long, so long that almost no one in the southern region knew his name. Even he personally went to pay a visit to the mysterious expert of the Li clan. Could it be that Li Changtian had truly returned? It seemed that only Li Changtian could make the Tian clan patriarch come out of seclusion and pay a visit. Otherwise, who in the entire southern region would have the qualifications to do so? Even a legendary figure like Gu Fei couldn't make the celestial clan master pay a personal visit. Li Changtian has returned. The Shooting Sun Supremacy, who was guarding outside the ancestral land of Ingtian's sect, had also received the news. The power of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall was ranked among the top in the entire southern region. Love, go, small, say, neck of the Shooting Sun Temple, had eyes all over the southern region. Boss, if Li Changtian really came back, then what do we do? Said a middle-aged man beside the Shooting Sun Guild Master with a worried expression. They had all been restricted by Gu Fei. If Gu Fei died, they would be in trouble as well. Humph! What else can we do? The Sun-Shooting Supremacy looked indifferently at the Ingtian sect's ancestral ground, which was filled with demonic qi. The people behind him didn't say anything. No one knew how strong Gu Fei was. Even the Shooting Sun Supremacy, the current hall master of the Shooting Sun Temple, could not see through Gu Fei. A paramount god myth was a paramount god myth after all. Reaching that level was enough to show disdain for the world and become a paragon among paragons. However, when Li Changtian became famous, no one knew where Gu Fei was. Li Changtian was definitely a taboo in the southern domain. He single-handedly suppressed all the supremes of the southern domain and intimidated the entire southern domain for an entire generation. Only the high lords of other regions were qualified to be Li Changtian's opponents. And now Li Changtian had returned. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. Some of the factions that had already pledged allegiance to Gu Fei began to turn to the Li clan again. After all, Li Changtian's reputation was there, and no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, the newly risen legend of the extreme path. However, there were also some fence-sitters who were still observing. They had not chosen to take a side yet. However, people like the Shooting Sun Supremacy, who had a restrictive technique planted on him by Gu Fei, did not have the guts to betray Gu Fei even if they wanted to. Gu Fei was very strong, but it was hard to say if he could defeat Li Changtian. In an instant, the entire southern domain was in turmoil. It was as if a storm was brewing, attracting the attention of other factions to the southern domain. The storm is gathering in the southern domain. It's time for us old fellows to move our muscles. Southern domain, heavenly absolute, holy land. Two old men sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them was the Sky Clan leader, while the other was on equal footing with the Sky Clan leader. There were not many people in the entire southern domain who could stand on equal footing with the Sky Clan leader. The heavenly absolute holy land was one of the three superpowers of the southern domain. Its strength was comparable to the Sky Clan. Even the shooting sun temple paled in comparison, let alone the other forces. The southern domain has always been the world of our three clans. Now that a so-called legend of the extreme path has appeared, if we don't stand out, we will be trampled on. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. A figure walked in from outside. It was the second ancestor of the Li clan. The three giants of the three clans had actually gathered in the heavenly absolute holy land. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire southern domain. Li Changtian is not coming personally. The white-robed old man sitting cross-legged opposite the Sky Clan leader suddenly opened his eyes. However, he did not look at the second ancestor of the Li clan. When the second ancestor saw that the white-robed old man was ignoring him, he could not help but feel a little displeased. He sat down at the side. He was not qualified to participate in such a gathering. However, his elder brother, Li Changtian, had sent him here. My elder brother has something to do. He can't come. The second ancestor of the Li clan said faintly. Then what are we talking about? Send the guest off. The white-robed old man waved his sleeves. In the next moment, a figure appeared outside. An aura spread out from this person's body. It was a little Taoist boy, but he was in extreme Tao supremacy. When the second ancestor of the Li clan heard this, he could not help but change his expression. Old Monster Chu, I haven't seen you for 10,000 years. Your temperament has not changed at all. The Sky Clan leader, sitting opposite the white-robed old man, said with a smile, It's just a little guy. I can take him down by myself. The white-robed old man, Old Monster Chu, said faintly, Chu Wudi, you're amazing. The second ancestor of the Li clan stood up and walked out. His elder brother had returned. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Gu Fei? With Li Changtian as his backer, the second ancestor of the Li clan did not care about Old Monster Chu at all. Humph! Old Monster Chu sneered. An extremely powerful aura immediately burst out from his body. In the next moment, the second ancestor of the Li clan screamed and was sent flying. Old Monster Chu, you dare to hurt me? My elder brother will not let you go. The second ancestor's voice came from the bottom of the mountain. When the white-robed old man heard this, he was about to stand up. Old Monster Chu, don't lower yourself to the same level as these juniors. The Sky Clan leader quickly reached out and stopped the white-robed old man. Humph! Chu Wudi sneered and sat back down. The second ancestor of the Li clan did not expect that he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. If not for the Sky Clan leader stopping Chu Wudi would have really killed the second ancestor of the Li clan. The old monster Chu of the past was definitely a monstrous existence. He was temperamental. When he was angry, blood would flow like a river. Because of a promise, he would protect the heavenly absolute, holy land until now. Even the current heavenly absolute, holy lord had to greet old monster Chu respectfully as a disciple when he saw him. You don't need to say any more. I'll go and meet that little guy. Chu Wudi said as he stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared from the heavenly absolute, holy land. Chapter 3878. On the surface, the southern region of the ancestral realm was filled with experts. However, in reality, the true rulers of the southern region were the three great clans. They were the Li clan, the Chu clan, and the Tian clan. These three clans all had supremacies in the past. Each supremacy dominated an era and ruled the entire southern region. The Tian clan was the strongest clan in the southern region. They had ruled the southern region for far longer than the Li clan and the Chu clan combined. When the Li clan rose, the Tian clan chose to retreat. Bystanders thought that the Tian clan was afraid of the new supremacy, Li Changtian. However, those in the know didn't think so. The Tian clan chose to retreat, not because they were afraid of Li Changtian. When Li Changtian's era passed, the Chu clan rose. This was because the Chu clan produced Old Monster Chu. His name was even more powerful. He was called Chu Wudi. Chu Wudi and Li Changtian were supremacies of the same generation. Whether it was Li Changtian, Chu Wudi, or the Tian clan leader, they were truly invincible in the southern region of the ancestral realm. They were known as the three giants of the southern region. Gu Fei was very strong and had the potential to become a supremacy. However, no one thought that Gu Fei had any chance of winning against the three giants. At this time, Old Monster Chu, who had protected the heavenly absolute sacred ground for tens of thousands of years, left with his personal Tao child. Old Monster Chu's temper is as fiery as ever. Haha, this will be fun. The Tian clan leader laughed and left the heavenly absolute sacred ground. The heavenly absolute sacred lord and the others sent the Tian clan leader off in fear. They had to be careful when dealing with such an existence. If they were to neglect him, the consequences would be dire. At this time, Gu Fei had stayed in the heavenly ancestral land for more than 10 days. At dawn, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire ancestral land suddenly disappeared. A figure walked out of the heavenly ancestral land with a demonic pagoda in hand. Congratulations, Master. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others hurried to greet him. Needless to say, Gu Fei had definitely refined the heavenly demonic pagoda. This was the #1 ancestral artifact of the demon ancestor. Even the Shooting Sun Supreme was shocked. At this time, a figure walked over from the horizon. Beside him was a Tao child. Gu Fei sensed something and turned around to look. He is. When the Shooting Sun Supreme saw that person, he was scared out of his wits. The Black Wind Supremacy, who was standing beside the Shooting Sun Supremacy, was so frightened that his legs went soft. The other Supreme Beings, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on because they did not recognize the white-robed old man who was walking over step by step. "You're Gu Fei." The old man stood in the sky and looked down at Gu Fei. "Who are you?" Gu Fei looked at the white-robed old man in the sky with interest, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This was the strongest existence he had seen since coming to the primogenitor realm. Even the 3 primogenitor fiends could not compare to this old man. Even the Taoist child beside the old man was an extreme Tao supremacy. "He's Old Monster Chu of the Chu clan," the Shooting Sun Supreme said to Gu Fei with a trembling voice. At this time, they were going through thick and thin with Gu Fei. If Gu Fei died, they would be buried with him. This was the effect of the restrictive technique that Gu Fei had planted on them. If Gu Fei died, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the rest would die too. "We're dead for sure." The Black Wind Supremacy was already in despair. Old Monster Chu Wudi, was a ruthless person who had shocked an era. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. Moreover, this guy was very protective. Chu Huangji, whom Gu Fei had slapped to death previously, was the great-great-grandson of Old Monster Chu. Old Monster Chu? When the other Supreme Beings heard the Shooting Sun Supreme's words, their expressions changed. Although they had not seen Chu Wudi before, they had heard of his name. This old monster was once a supremacy of the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Supremacy was a supremacy. Only an invincible existence that could shock an entire region was worthy of being called a supremacy. "Go to hell." Old Monster Chu stretched out his hand and pressed down. A mountain-like palm appeared in the void and slapped down towards Gu Fei and the rest. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. The vast and mighty power from the palm directly flattened the entire region. Many mountains were instantly crushed. The protective array of the Ingtian clan's ancestral ground could not withstand this power and collapsed instantly. Countless array patterns dissipated in the void. The palm in the sky had not really slapped down, but almost half of the ancestral ground of the Ingtian clan had been destroyed. Endless smoke and dust rose from the ground. Extreme Path Secret Land. Gu Fei held the heavenly demon pagoda in his hand and looked coldly at the palm that was slapping down from the sky. In his eyes, the speed of the palm was as slow as a snail. However, in reality, the speed of the palm descending from the sky was extremely fast. "Ha! I can use you to test the power of the heavenly demon pagoda!" Gu Fei laughed loudly. Then he raised his right hand. The heavenly demon pagoda in his hand immediately flew up and faced the palm that was slapping down from the sky. Boom! The heavenly demon pagoda collided with the palm and exploded with a loud sound. In the next moment, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from the heavenly demon pagoda and actually blocked the palm in the sky. The number one demonic weapon of the demons? Old Monster Chu, who was in the sky, could not help but feel a little surprised. Where did this guy get the heavenly demon pagoda from? The heavenly demon pagoda was no stranger to Old Monster Chu. It was the number one demonic weapon that was jointly refined by the 12 ancestor demons of the ancestor demon territory. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Old Monster Chu snorted coldly. In the next moment, the palm pressed down and actually suppressed the heavenly demon pagoda from the sky. Boom! The palm descended from the sky and directly slapped the heavenly demon pagoda into the ground. This Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Slapping the heavenly demon pagoda into the ground with one palm. Such combat power could be considered nature-defying. Buzz! In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. In the next moment, a demonic shadow directly rushed out from the ground and roared at Old Monster Chu in the sky. This demonic shadow was exactly the same as Gu Fei. Roar! The demonic shadow roared angrily, and a terrifying sound wave directly shattered the void. It formed a terrifying killing power of sound and attacked Old Monster Chu. An ant will always be an ant. Old Monster Chu waved his hand and directly turned the killing power of sound into nothingness. Then he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly slapped out with his palm, and the two supreme powers collided. The vast and mighty power turned into a power storm that instantly swept over hundreds of thousands of miles. Even the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were swept away. In front of Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were simply like ants. Chapter 3879. Old Monster Chu, who had been in seclusion for millions of years, had actually left the sky absolute holy land and appeared in the ancestral land of the Ingtian sect. The Shooting Sun Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. When Old Monster Chu Wuti achieved the Tao, the Shooting Sun Sovereign was still playing with sand somewhere. When the Shooting Sun Sovereign rose, Chu Clan's Old Monster Chu had already gone into seclusion. His era had already passed. Then, the entire southern region of the ancestral realm was filled with heroes. However, after millions of years, no one could become a supremacy, an existence like Old Monster Chu, the Sky Clan's old clan master, or an existence like Li Chong. However, at this time, Gu Fei suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He cultivated the 9-path supremacy and became an extreme legend. Gu Fei was invincible. He swept through the entire southern region and forced all the supremacies to bow their heads. Even the Li clan was directly attacked by Gu Fei. They had no choice but to obediently hand over Gu Fei's territory. The Chu clan's Chu Huangji was killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. Gu Fei had yet to meet the Sky Clan's people. However, he believed that the Sky Clan's people would find Gu Fei soon. After all, they were the true rulers of the ancestral realm's southern region. To others, the southern region might be boundless, However, to the Sky Clan's old clan master and the other two magnates, the southern region was only so big. There were already 3 supremacies. There was no room for a 4th supremacy. Boom! The sky above the Ingtian sect's ancestral land seemed to flash with the brightest lightning. This light instantly tore apart the heavens and the earth, illuminating the entire sky. In the next moment, an energy storm swept down from the sky. Wherever it passed, mountains were directly turned to dust. The Ingtian sect's ancestral land was directly erased from the surface by this power. No Tao pattern or grand array could withstand this power. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Ingtian directly vomited blood. This was a place that he had spent endless effort to manage for hundreds of thousands of years. It was gone just like that. The violent energy storm swept in all directions. The nearby supremacies had no choice but to retreat. Ancestor Ingtian and the others were even directly swept away, and they cried out repeatedly while being covered in dirt and dirt. They were in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, they were not directly affected by the energy storm. Otherwise, they would not have survived even if they had 10 lives. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. This time, the sky suddenly darkened and an incomparably huge black hole appeared high up in the sky. The vast and mighty aura of destruction spread out. Even the shooting sun supreme and the others felt their hearts palpitating. The shooting sun sovereign felt that he was as weak as an ant in front of this power. The shooting sun sovereign felt that he was as weak as an ant. The shooting sun supremacy looked at the 2 figures moving rapidly in the black hole and was indescribably shocked. Was this the unparalleled battle prowess of a supremacy? The entire southern region of the primogenitor realm had only produced 3 supremacies since ancient times. In the opinion of the sun-shooting supremacy, a supremacy represented invincibility. Only an invincible supremacy was qualified to become a supremacy. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu were fighting in the sky. The huge black hole was formed by their explosive power, which directly shattered the void. In Old Monster Chu's opinion, supremacies represented invincibility. Only invincible supremacies were qualified to become supremacies. The Tao child that Old Monster Chu had brought along had already retreated thousands of miles away. He was very confident in Old Monster Chu and looked at Gu Fei with disdain. Tao brotherling Shao. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the Tao child. This person's white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was tall and slender. He was an elegant young man in white. Oh, it's Tao friend Tian Qian. Old Monster Chu's Tao child did not dare to be slow when he saw the person. Tian Qian was a rising star in the Sky Clan. He was deeply favored by the Sky Clan leader and was brought along by the Sky Clan leader to be groomed as a successor. I wonder how confident Senior Chu is in this battle. Tian Qian asked the Tao child. The Tao child looked like a child, but no one knew that he was actually an old monster named Ling Shao. My master will definitely win. The Tao childling, Shao, said proudly. Tian Qian did not say anything else. There was no doubt that Old Monster Chu was powerful. Moreover, the combat strength displayed by the legendary Gu Fei was not to be underestimated either. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds continued to ring out in the sky, spreading across a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. All living beings were terrified to the extreme. All the supremacies in the southern region were alarmed. The news of Old Monster Chu's reappearance shook the entire southern region like a volcano eruption. Soon, many powerful figures appeared near the Ingtian ancestral ground. It's really Old Monster Chu. The figure of the primal chaos sovereign appeared in the sky. When he saw the figure fighting with Gu Fei, his body trembled and his face turned pale with fright. He had fought with Old Monster Chu in the past. The chaotic Chaos Supremacy was still extremely terrified when he recalled his encounter with Old Monster Chu. Back then, Old Monster Chu had only used one move to defeat him. Only one move. Even after so long, the chaotic Chaos Supremacy still did not dare to face Old Monster Chu, much less challenge him. Old Monster Chu has come out? Some of the older Supremacies were also frightened when they saw Chu Wuti. Old Monster Chu had protected the Heavenly End Holy Land for 1,000,000 years because of a promise. Who would have thought that he would come out for a mere Gu Fei? Of course, the main reason why Old Monster Chu came out was because Chu Huangji had been killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. Chu Huangji was the Chu clan's most powerful ultimate monarch in the past 1,000,000 years. However, he was unable to withstand a single slap from Gu Fei and was killed in both body and soul. That Chu Huangji is courting death. He actually dared to test Gu Fei. Someone muttered, "Humph." At that moment, Old Monster Chu suddenly turned around and looked at that person. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, that person was directly hit by the 2 rays of divine light and instantly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. This old eccentric Chu really is domineering. That person only said a few words, and he was killed directly. In this way, all the spectating Supremacies did not dare to make a sound. Sword moves the 9 heavens. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a loud shout and directly displayed the sword principle that he had recently comprehended. This sword principle was born from the 9 heaven punishing swords, but it did not have the boundless murderous aura of the 9 heaven punishing swords. However, the might of Gu Fei's sword Dao was much stronger than the 9 heaven punishing swords. With one slash, the 9 heavens shook. Unsheathing the sword and killing a Supremacy was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Even someone as strong as Old Monster Chu was forced back by Gu Fei's slash. This slash contained the endless laws of heaven and earth. It was like a sword from the heavens that could kill all living beings in the world. Good. Old Monster Chu could not help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's slash. He was invincible in the southern region. What kind of Supremacy, sword, Dao had he not seen before? However, those Supremacy, sword Dao were not even worthy of carrying Gu Fei's shoes. Although Old Monster Chu dodged Gu Fei's slash, a section of his sleeve was sliced off by the slash. "Take a move from me too." Old Monster Chu roared furiously. He took a deep breath and directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. However, this punch was completely different from the aura displayed by Gu Fei's shocking slash. This punch was like a casual punch from an ordinary old man. It did not contain any anger. However, this punch caused Gu Fei's pupils to contract when he saw it. Old Monster Chu's punch was the strongest punch Gu Fei had ever seen. It could be said to be invincible and undefeatable. If it was any other supreme Supremacy in the extreme mystic realm, they would definitely not be able to take this punch. They would be destroyed in both body and soul. However, Old Monster Chu's opponent was Gu Fei, an invincible punch. He would use invincible power to break it. Peerless sword. Gu Fei pointed with his right finger and directly stabbed at Old Monster Chu's fist. He did not use the purple gold divine sword. He only used his finger as a sword and displayed the peerless sword Dao. In the next moment, Gu Fei's finger and Old Monster Chu's fist collided. Then, a ball of dazzling divine light exploded between the two of them. 2 figures were sent flying backward, and the sword Qi and fist force wreaked havoc in all directions. Whoosh! A ray of sword Qi rushed thousands of miles and directly slashed an unlucky supreme martial artist into a cloud of blood mist. In another direction, a towering mountain was cut in half and fell from the sky. More sword Qi quickly pierced through the void, leaving behind black sword marks in the space. Old Monster Chu's fist force spread out and directly shattered heaven and earth. The place that the fist force enveloped seemed to be splitting heaven and earth. When the supreme martial artists in the surrounding areas saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated further away. A battle between supreme martial artists was indeed terrifying. As for quasi-supremacy, like old ancestor Ing Tian, they had long retreated to who knew where. Good. Old Monster Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Gu Fei like cold lightning. There was a sword mark on his fist. In the past 1,000,000 years, Gu Fei was the first person to injure him. Old Monster Chu did not die in vain. Meeting such an opponent, he deserved to be killed with a slap. You're not bad, either. Gu Fei looked at Old Monster Chu calmly. He felt a pain in his finger sword. His index and middle fingers felt like they were about to break. Old Monster Chu's fist force was too strong and ferocious. In front of this fist force, the 9 sky punishment swords and the 9 secrets of the immortal path were all bullsh *T. This was a fist that had almost surpassed the scope of the extreme path. It was the power of the extreme path secret realm. Back then, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's cultivation might not be comparable to Old Monster Chu's. He actually said that it's not bad. Supreme Primal Chaos, who heard Gu Fei's words from afar, was stunned. Old Monster Chu's fist was not only not bad, even he couldn't block it. Supreme Primal Chaos had thought that, although he was not a match for Old Monster Chu, he could at least exchange a few blows with him. Now, it seemed that he could only block one move. Again, do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 3880. Old Monster Chu, who had once suppressed a supremacy in the southern region of the primogenitor realm, directly went to look for Gu Fei. Old Monster Chu's cultivation and battle prowess were the strongest among all the supremacies Gu Fei had encountered before. The former supremacy of a domain was indeed powerful. Rumble! Old Monster Chu's fist energy crushed towards Gu Fei like heaven and earth. This kind of invincible fist technique had already surpassed the limits of moves. A casual punch from him had the power to kill an extreme mystic realm supremacy. Even Gu Fei was forced to retreat. This is the power of a supremacy? All the spectating supremacies were shocked to the extreme. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu was too heaven-defying. These supremacies had no choice but to accept it. Some people had doubted Gu Fei's battle prowess before, but now no one dared to doubt Gu Fei. This guy named Gu Fei was actually an extreme, mystic realm legend. He could fight a supreme supremacy like Old Monster Chu without being defeated. Sword moves the 9 heavens. Gu Fei displayed the sword Dao that surpassed the 9 heaven punishment swords. The sword Dao's power was unprecedentedly strong. It constantly broke through Old Monster Chu's fist energy. The sword light even directly slashed at Old Monster Chu's fist, leaving sword marks on it. His sword Dao had already surpassed the sword slave who created the 9 heaven punishment swords. It had reached a supreme realm that no one had ever reached before. If it improved further, it would be even more incredible. This is an invincible sword meeting an invincible fist. In the distance, the chaotic supremacy couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He originally thought that he could fight a supremacy. Now, it seemed that he was still worlds apart from these supremacies. Originally, the chaotic Great Tao was a supreme Great Tao second only to the primordial Great Tao. Chaotic supremacy was far stronger than ordinary supremacies of the same realm. However, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu displayed cultivation and battle prowess that even he had to look up to. This made the chaotic supremacy very depressed and helpless. At this time, the paragons of the Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Central Domain, and Northern Domain appeared in the vicinity. And at this time, the Li Clan, Tian Clan, and Heavenly Absolute, Holy Land Supreme Old Ancestors arrived. The Chu clan's patriarch appeared in the distant skies. The ancestor has finally made his move. The Chu clan leader was incomparably excited. When Chu Huangji was slapped to death by Gu Fei, he directly went to the heavenly end Holy Land. He wanted to ask old freak Chu for help. However, old freak Chu did not pay any attention to the Chu clan's clan master, who invited the old ancestor. The leader of the Chu clan was very curious. There were no more than 3 people in the entire southern domain who could invite their ancestor. Was it Li Changheng, or was it the Tian clan's patriarch? With the old ancestor taking action, this Gu Fei is dead for sure. A white-robed youth standing behind the Chu clan leader sneered. Humph! Ancestor is a supreme lord. Even the supreme beings of a region have to lower their heads in front of him. What does he, Gu Fei, count as? Another middle-aged man said coldly, What supremes of the 9 paths? Legends of the extreme Tao? In front of the old ancestor, they are merely jokes. Ha! Another quasi-supreme being expert from the Chu clan laughed heartily as he spoke. Ha! The others also laughed loudly. Humph! Just at this moment, a cold snort resounded in the ears of the Chu clan's experts. You dare! The Chu clan's clan leader's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand, and a light barrier immediately rushed out from his hand, enveloping the Chu clan's experts behind him. However, just at this moment, a palm directly pierced through the light barrier and turned that quasi-supreme expert into a mist of blood. The surrounding people were drenched in blood, and they were all scared silly. The Chu clan's clan leader's expression became extremely ugly. Brat, you are too arrogant. A furious roar resounded. Old freak Chu attacked with all his strength. His fists pierced through heaven and earth and landed on Gu Fei's body. 9 types of supreme Tao patterns suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's body. Countless Tao patterns turned into a layer of supreme Tao light and blocked in front of him. However, old freak Chu's fists directly pierced through his protective Tao light and sent Gu Fei flying 100,000 miles away. He directly smashed through 3 mountains before stopping. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. This guy actually dared to kill his clansmen while fighting against him. He really deserved to die. Old freak Chu was really angry. So what if I am arrogant? Gu Fei looked at old freak Chu indifferently. This guy was definitely a decent opponent. Even supreme experts of the extreme Tao secret realm were like ants in front of him. Haha, good, you have my style in the past. Unfortunately, you killed Chu Huangji. Otherwise, we might have been able to become friends. Old freak Chu laughed loudly. So what if I killed him? Gu Fei's tone was still calm. He stretched out his hand and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The injury on his martial body instantly healed. With his cultivation at this level, even a supreme expert would not be able to kill him easily. Good. Then let me see what kind of ability a supreme legend like you has. Old freak Chu said arrogantly. Old monster Chu said arrogantly. In the next moment, 2 rays of immortal divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced towards Gu Fei. Haha! Yin-yang chaos! Gu Fei's hands danced. Black and white divine lights immediately surged from his hands. The power of Yin and Yang revolved. A Yin-yang Tao diagram immediately appeared in front of him. This was the power of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Buzz! The Yin-yang Tao diagram trembled. The 2 divine lights that rushed out of old freak Chu's eyes were directly reversed by the power of Yin and Yang. Then they returned to old freak Chu. Oh! Old freak Chu was a bit surprised. This little guy was known as a supreme of the 9 paths and a supreme legend. It seemed that it was true. Humph! What supreme legend? I used to be a legend too. Old freak Chu thought to himself. He directly smashed the 2 divine lights with a punch. Then he took a step and appeared in front of Gu Fei. 1 hand to transform heaven. Gu Fei pressed his right palm forward. The power of transform heaven immediately surged out of his hand. The terrifying fist power that erupted from old Freak Chu's fist was directly turned into nothingness and dissipated in the void. Bam! Gu Fei's palm collided with old Freak Chu's fist. In the next moment, old Freak Chu felt that his great path power was like a river bursting through a dam. It surged towards his opponent's hand and was directly turned into nothingness. What? Old Freak Chu was shocked. What kind of magical power was this? He had never encountered such a thing since he started cultivating. Someone was shaking his power and constantly dissolving it. Gu Fei did not devour old Freak Chu's power. Instead, he directly turned it into nothingness. Chapter 3881. As Gu Fei battled against Old Monster Chu, the power of heaven transformation erupted from his hands. It instantly increased tenfold and enveloped Old Monster Chu's entire body. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body. Each Tao pattern emitted an immortal divine light of the Great Path. However, under the envelopment of Gu Fei's heaven transformation power, the Tao patterns that rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body directly dissipated in the void, instantly returning to nothingness. This was a supreme battle technique created by Gu Fei. It was much more powerful than the void secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, and it could turn everything into nothingness. Gu Fei's heaven transformation power directly melted Old Monster Chu's protective divine light. In the next moment, Old Monster Chu's supreme Lord-level Tao body rapidly turned into dust, about to return to nothingness. What? Seeing this scene, all the Supremes were inexplicably shocked. Even the great Old Monster Chu was not Gu Fei's opponent? How was this possible? Old Monster Chu was a Supreme. Old Monster Chu's Tao body actually became faint. How could Master lose? The Tao child that Old Monster Chu brought along could not maintain his calm at this time. He knew very well that once Old Monster Chu was defeated, not only the Chu clan, but even the heavenly absolute Holy Land would most likely be trampled by Gu Fei. This battle involved a lot of people. Old Monster Chu was merely a chess piece that the old Tian clan master had used to goad Gu Fei into coming out to test him. Old Monster Chu was able to become a supreme. Who knew what the Tian clan master was planning? However, he had cultivated all his life and believed in power. In the face of invincible power, all schemes would fail. Even though he knew that he was a chess piece, he still made a move. This was because if a chess piece was strong enough, it could also kill generals and destroy generals, and dominate the vicissitudes of an era. Old Ancestor. The Chu clan master looked at this scene in disbelief. Chu Wudi was a supreme that came from the Chu clan. He had once suppressed countless supremes in the southern region, and no one could shake his position for an entire era. Now, however, he had been defeated by a newly risen extreme legend. The experts of the Chu clan who thought that Gu Fei was doomed just a moment ago were slapped in the face. Ruthlessly slapped in the face. Their old ancestor was on the verge of death. Boom! Just as Old Monster Chu's body was about to disappear, a wave of primordial energy rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body. This primordial energy was extremely powerful, and it forcefully broke through the power of heaven transformation that enveloped him. Old Monster Chu shook his fist and shook off Gu Fei's palm. The two figures instantly separated. Interesting. You are qualified to make me get serious. Old Monster Chu's eyes flickered as he stared at Gu Fei. The same goes for you. You are qualified to be my opponent. Gu Fei was still looking at Old Monster Chu indifferently, without any expression on his face. What? The spectating Supremes were dumbfounded when they heard Old Monster Chu's words. These two guys had fought to the point where even the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed, but they still hadn't used their full strength? This was simply not letting the other Supremes live. Haha, I told you that master won't lose. Dao Childling Xiao said with a laugh. Old ancestor is invincible. The upper echelons of the Chu clan were both surprised and delighted. This old monster Chu is quite capable. In the distant sky, the Li clan's third ancestor said coldly from the Li clan's camp. The second ancestor, who stood next to the third ancestor of the Li clan, snorted coldly. He was still brooding over old monster Chu's humiliation in the heavenly absolute Holy Land. The Sky Clan's experts were also watching the battle from afar, but the Sky Clan master did not appear. Then come, let's have a good fight. Gu Fei said indifferently. Very well, let's do it this way. As old monster Chu said that, a wave of primordial energy erupted from his body, and a huge figure appeared on his body. In the next moment, all the spectating autarchs in the nearby regions sensed an unstoppable power sweeping over. Countless autarchs had no choice but to retreat. On the other hand, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. There was no powerful aura bursting out from his body. Kill! The two supremes roared at the same time and directly rushed towards each other. The real battle finally broke out. The void shattered as soon as the two figures collided. The two of them were like two gods of destruction. Gu Fei and old monster Chu directly charged into the starry sky. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded. All the Supremes were once again shocked by the combat strength displayed by the two of them. That's more like it. The Li clan's second ancestor was still calm. The Li clan no longer needed to fear Gu Fei because Li Changtian had returned. Li Changtian alone was enough to make all the Supremes in the southern region bow their heads. This was the Li clan's confidence. In the past, the Li clan did not have confidence, so they lowered their heads before Gu Fei. But now they had confidence, and the Li clan no longer feared anyone. This was the reality of the ancestral realm. The weak were prey to the strong. As long as one was powerful enough, they could make others lower their heads. If they didn't, they would be killed. The battle continued. Gu Fei no longer held back, and directly used his strongest combat skills to fight against old monster Chu. The two Supremes killed their way out of the starry sky and fought on the ground. In the next moment, the vast power surged, causing the entire ground to undulate violently like waves. The mountains crumbled and turned into dust. No one could stop them. Everywhere they passed, all the Supremes had to retreat. If they were affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level, only death would await them. No one would be so stupid. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei and old monster Chu fought in an all-out battle. Endless power surged out in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme, and the tremors caused by this battle could be felt in a radius of billions of li. This great battle was definitely the most shocking battle in the last several 100,000 years. Let alone a battle between Supremes. Even a battle between Supremes was not something that happened often, and a battle between Supremes was even rarer. Even the celestial race's old clan master had not truly fought against Li Changtian, and old monster Chu, the celestial race's old clan master, and Li Changtian had not fought either. They only existed as a deterrent force for their respective races. The battle between Gu Fei and old monster Chu had alarmed the entire cultivation world of the primogenitor realm. Countless extreme Dao sovereigns were watching this battle. How powerful could a supremacy be? This was the first time that countless Supremes had seen it. Supremes were invincible. This was not just a saying. They were truly invincible. They could suppress an entire generation of Supremes and force them to bow their heads, not daring to resist. Chapter 3882. The area where the Ingtian sect's ancestral land was located seemed to have been destroyed. Gu Fei and old monster Chu fought from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the depths of the starry sky, and finally back to the ground. The entire Ingtian sect's ancestral land was directly destroyed. The ground sank and countless living beings perished. This battle was definitely the most dazzling battle in the ancestral realm in the past million years. It attracted the attention of all the forces in the ancestral realm. No matter who won or lost this battle, the power structure of the ancestral realm's southern region would be affected. Even the power structure of the entire ancestral realm would be affected. Those supreme experts who had disappeared for countless years might return. This was a battle that shocked the entire world. Boom! With a loud noise, the two figures separated instantly. The power of the Supreme Lord level spread out, and the entire void was instantly shattered and annihilated. A huge black hole appeared in the void. At this time, Gufei attacked with all his strength and no longer held back. "All right, let me send you on your way," Gufei shouted. The next moment, the power on his body instantly soared several times and he punched out. This punch exceeded his limit. Whether it was speed or power, it was much stronger than before. Even old monster Chu couldn't dodge this punch. Ultimate destruction punch. Gufei's fist fiercely hit old monster Chu's body. The sound of bones breaking came from old monster Chu's body. The next moment, his whole body was blasted 100,000 miles away. Seeing the scene, all the spectating supreme beings were dumbfounded. This Gufei actually had such a trick up his sleeve. The power of this punch was definitely enough to crush a peak supreme grade expert. Even a supreme of the extreme mystic realm above the peak supreme grade would be destroyed in body and soul by this punch. The clothes on old monster Chu's upper body had already been turned to dust by Gufei's punch. There was a fist mark on his chest. With the fist mark as the center, cracks spread all over his body. It was like a crack had appeared on the most exquisite porcelain, as if it could shatter at any time. Seeing this scene on old monster Chu's body, all the supreme beings were shocked. Only old monster Chu didn't die after being hit by this punch. Old ancestor, when the experts of the Chu clan saw this, they were both shocked and furious. If the ancestor was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that Gufei would destroy the entire Chu clan in a fit of rage. Is old monster Chu going to lose? A few supreme beings were muttering amongst themselves. Could this Gufei really defeat old freak Chu? You should know that old freak Chu is a supremacy, someone said in disbelief. There was no doubt about old monster Chu's strength, because he had once forced countless supreme beings to bow their heads with his own strength, ruling over the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm, becoming the supreme exalt. Although old freak Chu had gone into seclusion, the might of a supremacy was still there. If Gufei defeated old freak Chu, wouldn't mean that he was stronger than a supremacy? Then, who in the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm could be a match for him? Lin Chongtian, old lord of the Tian clan? It was hard to imagine. Roar! At that moment, old monster Chu roared into the sky. Countless Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the cracks on his body quickly disappeared. Little guy, you really surprise me. Old monster Chu laughed heartily. The fist mark on his body also disappeared quickly. Gufei's extreme breaking fist actually didn't seem to cause much damage to him. I'm surprised that this fist didn't kill you. Gufei looked at old monster Chu indifferently. Little guy, I've played enough. You can go die now. As old monster Chu said that, a ball of divine light appeared on his body. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Even Gufei didn't move. He couldn't even move a finger. The ball of divine light spread out, and even the supreme beings nearby were frozen. Under the shroud of the divine light, it seemed like the entire world was frozen. Old monster Chu used his own strength to freeze the entire space-time. At that moment, old monster Chu became the ruler of the void under the divine light. Only he could move. Step by step, he directly walked towards Gufei, arriving in front of Gufei. How is this possible? Gu Fei understood, but he couldn't move. The place he was in seemed to have become an eternal space-time. In this space-time, everything was static and unchanging. This is Old Monster, choose trump card. Gu Fei was shocked and infuriated. Go on your way. Old Monster, Chu pointed a finger at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows and was about to destroy Gu Fei's primordial spirit. However, the next moment his expression suddenly changed. He saw that his finger seemed to have touched the air. He couldn't exert any force at all. This, Old Monster Chu found it hard to believe. This guy called Gu Fei was really quite capable. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he almost defeated me. However, it was a pity that my trump card was something that even Li Changtian, or the old clan leader of the Tian clan, couldn't break. Not to mention the so-called legend of the extreme path, Gu Fei. Boom! At that moment, a powerful force of the great path of primordial chaos surged from Gu Fei's body and forcefully pushed away the eternal light that enveloped him. Extreme breaking fist of 10 times. Without thinking, Gu Fei directly punched Old Monster Chu's body. In the next moment, Old Monster Chu's entire body was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This time he wasn't so lucky. This time, Gu Fei used all his strength. The extreme breaking fist of 10 times directly broke the limit of the extreme path secret realm. In terms of the level of power, it had reached the legendary realm that was impossible to reach. Such a powerful force could definitely annihilate any existence. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. At this moment, all the Supremes could move because Gu Fei's punch directly broke Old Monster Chu's eternal realm. The blood of a supremacy was extremely powerful. Every drop seemed to be able to destroy the world. Although Old Monster Chu's physical body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, his spiritual soul wasn't destroyed. The blood mist instantly condensed, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. Can't be killed? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. A guy like Old Monster Chu was indeed very difficult to kill. These guys all had unimaginable, life-saving methods. I didn't expect you to actually cultivate the great path of primordial chaos. Old Monster Chu stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. This was the great path of primordial chaos. Ever since that person disappeared, no one in the entire ancestral realm could cultivate the first great path of the 3,000 great paths. The great path of primordial chaos was a level higher than the great path of primordial chaos. It was known as the first great path since ancient times. Those who cultivated the great path of primordial chaos were invincible. It was only a matter of time before they became a supremacy. Old Monster Chu naturally knew about the existence of the sovereign of primordial chaos. He was a taboo in the ancestral realm southern region, or even the entire ancestral realm. The current cultivators had already forgotten about him. Only a few old antiques knew that the southern region of the ancestral realm had once produced an incredible existence. The sovereign of primordial chaos was practically invincible in the ancestral realm. Everything he did was earth-shattering. For example, he had sealed the ancient demon ancestor and the Primogenitum mountain range. He had also sealed the Wheel of Myriad Worlds on the Primogenitum mountain range. Even Old Monster Chu felt ashamed of himself. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The primordial chaos energy on his body surged. The void around him was constantly collapsing and reforming. It was like a new world was being created. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly roared and attacked Old Monster Chu. He punched out, the vast primordial chaos energy directly shattering the void. Bang! Old Monster Chu also punched out. The two fists instantly collided, creating a dull sound. In the next moment, the two of them were forced back by the other's power. The two super experts started fighting again. However, this time, Gu Fei was suppressing Old Monster Chu. From time to time, he would use the extreme breaking fist to blast Old Monster Chew away. However, what gave Gu Fei a headache was that this guy was simply like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how serious the injury was, his body would recover in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Old Monster Chew really can't take it anymore. Someone said something like that. In the distant sky, Old Monster Chew's Tao child was extremely nervous. Even his master wasn't a match for this guy. Bang! Gu Fei broke through his limit again. His speed was so fast that even Old Monster Chew was shocked. His fist directly hit Old Monster Chew's body. Without any suspense, Old Monster Chew's physical body directly collapsed in the void. Gu Fei realized that even though he couldn't kill this fellow, the latter's aura was constantly weakening. Let's see how many punches you can take. Gu Fei's body was filled with mighty extreme Tao power. Chaos, primordial chaos, wind, fire, yin-yang, and other great Tao powers constantly emerged and intertwined with each other. In the end, the 9 streams of power gathered on Gu Fei's fists. Although it seemed like a casual punch, it could directly shake the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, you can't throw more punches either, Old Monster Chew said with a laugh. Even if it was Gu Fei, he would need to expend a large amount of primordial qi if he wanted to continue using such a powerful killing move. If it were an ordinary peak extreme grade supremacy, it would be very difficult for them to even throw a punch. It should be known that such a secret technique that surpassed the limits would definitely consume a lot of primordial qi. Is that so? The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He was a martial Tao Supreme who had cultivated the 9 martial bodies. The power gathered in his body was simply endless. Gu Fei punched again and again. Moreover, every punch caused Old Monster Chew to explode. This way, Old Monster Chew couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei suppressed Old Monster Chew. No one expected such an outcome. Swoosh! When Gu Fei threw 112 punches, Old Monster Chew finally couldn't take it anymore. You win! Chapter 3883. Old Monster Chew was actually unable to defeat Gu Fei. This made all the spectating supremacy's eyes pop out. Old Monster Chew was once a supremacy of the southern region of the primogenitor realm. He was an amazing person who had shocked an entire era, yet he was actually forced to flee with his Tao child after being beaten by Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not chase after Old Monster Chew. Although Old Monster Chew was very arrogant, he was still a supremacy and had the demeanor that a supremacy should have. Most importantly, Gu Fei was actually also injured. He just did not show it. Old Monster Chew was a supremacy after all. His space-time domain was absolutely top-notch. Although Gu Fei used the primordial great Tao to break Old Monster Chew's space-time domain, he was still injured. This was a great Tao injury. It would take some time for him to recover. However, Old Monster Chew was definitely more injured than Gu Fei. Gu Fei's extreme path quintessential essence was extremely thick. Even Old Monster Chew could not compare to it. Old Monster Chew was defeated because of this reason. When one's cultivation reached the level of Old Monster Chew and Gu Fei, the thickness of their extreme path quintessential essence could often determine the outcome of a battle. Old Monster Chew's defeat was not undeserved. Let's go! Gu Fei waved his hand and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. Some of the weaker extreme Tao Supremes couldn't even catch a glimpse of Gu Fei's figure. The ancestral land of the Yingtian sect had been completely destroyed by this battle. Naturally, Gu Fei could not stay here any longer. However, there were too many places that Gu Fei could go to. This time he wanted to go to the Shooting Sun Temple and stay at the Shooting Sun Supremacy's place for a period of time. It's time to release those 9 fellas. Gu Fei walked towards the Shooting Sun Temple while thinking about what to do next. He felt that his forces in the primogenitor realm were too small. They could not compare to the Li clan, the Sky Clan, or even the Chu Clan. The three superpowers of the southern region of the primogenitor realm were the true rulers of the southern region. Gu Fei knew that if he wanted to contend with the three superpowers, he had to establish his own superpower. The 9 Supremes, who had lost their physical bodies after being defeated by him, were still imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. It wasn't an easy task for an extreme-grade sovereign's soul to reconstruct its physical body. It would require an endless amount of heaven and earth essence. At this time, Gu Fei needed to find a spiritual land. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the Shooting Sun Divine Hall. He directly entered and sat on the throne in the middle. Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He reached out his hand and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Old Monster Chu. Gu Fei had to admit that Old Monster Chu was the most powerful supreme being he had ever met. Only such a supreme existence could become a supreme being of a domain. Master, the Shooting Sun Supreme walked in from outside, followed by a group of Supremes, including the Black Wind Supreme, the Purple Sun Supreme, the Sky Wind Supreme, and the Mysterious Sky Supreme. The Black Tortoise Supreme, the Golden Sage Supreme, and the others didn't come, because they weren't Gu Fei's subordinates. Only the drunken, crazy Taoist walked in from outside the Divine Hall. This fellow was very familiar with people, so he found a seat and sat down. "Brother Gu, you're in trouble," Crazy Taoist said. "What trouble?" Gu Fei said to Crazy Taoist with a faint smile. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others looked at Crazy Taoist. Their master had just defeated Old Monster Chu and was in the limelight. Yet this drunkard said that their master was in trouble? Who would dare to compete with their master at this time? Even Old Monster Chu, who had once dominated the southern region of the primogenitor realm for an era, wasn't a match for their master. Who else in the southern region could be a match for their master? It wouldn't be a problem if you fought Old Monster Chu to a draw. However, you defeated him, so there's a problem, Crazy Taoist said calmly. What's the problem? Could it be? The Shooting Sun Supreme suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change his expression. You guys aren't stupid and have guessed it. Crazy Taoist said, could it be that they are going to join forces against our master? The Shooting Sun Supreme's voice trembled as he looked at Crazy Taoist in disbelief. The other Supremes were shocked too. Humph. So what if Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu joined forces? Gu Fei said calmly. Even if Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu joined forces, he wouldn't be afraid. However, what if the old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan joined forces? Crazy Taoist suddenly looked at Gu Fei and said seriously, the old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan? Gu Fei looked at Crazy Taoist doubtfully. The old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan? Could he be that legendary person? The Shooting Sun Supreme said in shock. What's going on? Gu Fei looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme and said, Master, the Heavenly Clan once produced an incredible existence. He is the oldest known supremacy in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. The Shooting Sun Supreme said hurriedly, the oldest known supremacy? Could there be 3 supremacies in the southern region? Gu Fei frowned. The longer one lived, the more powerful he would be. This was inevitable. If the most ancient supremacies of the southern region had lived until then, no one knew how powerful they would have been. If the 3 supremacies joined forces, Gu Fei would have a headache. He might have a chance of winning if it was 1 against 2. However, if it was 1 against 3, it would be difficult. The Heavenly Clan is a hidden clan that hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. However, in an ancient era, the Heavenly Clan once ruled the southern region and was invincible. Crazy Taoist said, the top cultivation clan in the southern region. Gu Fei was finally curious about the Heavenly Clan. Let's join forces. It's best if the 3 of them come at me together. That way, I won't have to find them one by one. Gu Fei said calmly. He was looking forward to it. No one expected Gu Fei to be so domineering. He didn't even care about the three supremacies. Hee, Brother Gudao, can I stay here for a while? Crazy Taoist said to Gu Fei with a smile. You're welcome. Gu Fei glanced at Crazy Taoist and said, this guy was acting like a fool and was very mysterious. Gu Fei wanted to know why Crazy Taoist was following him. Haha, thank you. Crazy Taoist said with a laugh. All right, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. All of you can leave. Gu Fei said to the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Yes, Master. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left the hall. Even Crazy Taoist was too embarrassed to stay in the hall any longer. He stood up and left as well. After everyone left, Gu Fei waved his sleeves and the door of the hall was closed. He then stood up, got down from the throne, and walked into the back hall. Chapter 3884. In the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple, Gu Fei immediately went into seclusion. This shocked the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Did their master comprehend something during his battle with Old Monster Chu? Even Mad Taoist was a little curious. Could it be that Gu Fei had made further progress in his cultivation? If that was the case, it would be fun. Even if the three supremacies attacked together, Gu Fei would be able to fight them. At this thought, Mad Taoist was even more reluctant to leave. It wasn't easy to encounter such a great battle. Rumble! At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple. Endless heaven and earth essence energy gathered from all directions and entered the black hole. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Gu Fei was absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy from all directions. This was too domineering. He was forcefully absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy. Fortunately, the heaven and earth essence energy gathered in the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Temple was extremely dense. However, the expression of the Shooting Sun Supreme changed quickly. He could clearly sense that the concentration of the heaven and earth essence energy in the ancestral grounds was gradually decreasing. If his master continued to absorb the heaven and earth essence energy at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the heaven and earth of the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Temple would be completely absorbed by Gu Fei. Fortunately, after 12 hours, the black hole above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple that seemed to be able to devour everything disappeared. Gu Fei finally came to a stop. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, a bolt of lightning that connected the heavens and the earth blasted down from the sky and into the ancestral hall. At the same time, a long roar was heard. A figure shot up from the ancestral hall like a bolt of lightning. Endless lightning erupted from the figure and instantly enveloped the void within a radius of 12 miles. A sea of lightning appeared in the sky. The Shooting Sun Supreme was shocked when he saw the figure. The powerful energy of a mid-level Supreme spread from the figure, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. Endless lightning kept exploding in the sea of lightning. The sound of thunder was earth-shattering. Lightning Dao Sovereign, the Black Wind Sovereign, looked at the sea of lightning in the sky in shock. Wasn't this guy already killed by Gu Fei? How could he still be alive? Could it be? Thank you, Master, for granting me a new life. A voice came out from the sea of lightning, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out for billions of miles. In the next moment, the boundless lightning receded like a receding tide. Soon, the lightning in the sky disappeared into the figure. In the ancestral hall, Gu Fei didn't say anything. The Thunder Dao Sovereign descended from the sky and stood guard outside the ancestral hall. He was the Lightning Dao Supremacy who had led the 8 supremacies to besiege Gu Fei that day. He and the other 8 supremacies were defeated by Gu Fei, and even their corporeal bodies were destroyed by Gu Fei. Only their primordial spirits were imprisoned by Gu Fei. But now, Gu Fei had actually used a great mystic skill to gather the essence energy from all directions to reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Tao Supremacy, allowing him to regain his peak cultivation state. If the Shooting Sun Supreme knew that Gu Fei had nearly devoured the essence energy of the entire ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall, all for the sake of reconstructing the corporeal body of the Thunder Tao Supremacy, he would probably spit out blood. However, Gu Fei could only reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Tao Supremacy because the essence energy gathered in the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall was limited. The amount of essence energy required to reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Tao Supremacy was simply too great. Unless Gu Fei could enter the ancestral ground of the earth and activate the endless essence energy there, he wouldn't be able to reconstruct the corporeal body of the remaining supremacies, allowing them to return to their peak. At this moment, within the ancestral hall, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in a training room at the back of the hall. His body shone with 9 rays of great Tao God light. Every ray of divine light represented a perfect great Tao. Gu Fei was a supremacy of the 9 paths, a legend of the extreme Tao. In the entire southern region, there was no one else like Gu Fei who had cultivated 9 perfect great Tao. He had benefited a lot from the battle with Old Monster Chu. Old Monster Chu's control of power was above his own, but his extreme vital qi was not as dense as his own. This battle had also made Gu Fei realize his own shortcomings. The world was passing by day. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. The commotion caused by Gu Fei defeating Old Monster Chu had gradually subsided. During these 3 months, Gu Fei did not step out of the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall. During this time, many things had happened in the southern region. Old Monster Chu had fled to the heavenly absolute holy ground that day. As soon as he arrived, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master!" Little Taoistling Xiao hurriedly supported Old Monster Chu. Just as Gu Fei had guessed, Old Monster Chu's injuries were much more serious than his. Old Monster Chu had also gone into seclusion. The news of Old Monster Chu's seclusion had somehow spread. The entire southern region's cultivation world had suddenly become lively. All the cultivators were guessing that Old Monster Chu was in seclusion because he was injured by Gu Fei during his battle with Gu Fei. While Old Monster Chu was in seclusion, the Li clan had jumped out. Due to Li Changtian's return, the Li clan was instantly filled with confidence. They no longer had to fear Gu Fei. Therefore, while Gu Fei was in seclusion, the Li clan actually annexed Gu Fei's territory again. It seemed like they were going to uproot Gu Fei's forces. However, Gu Fei's subordinates did not dare to casually start a war with the Li clan. It should be known that apart from Gu Fei, no one could stop the Li clan. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others had no choice but to give way. Before long, a third of Gu Fei's territory had been occupied by the Li clan. The other forces were very cautious. Everyone knew how powerful Li Changtian was. However, Old Monster Chu was also a supreme existence of the southern region supremacy level. Gu Fei had defeated Old Monster Chu. This made the other forces not dare to act rashly. It should be known that the consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. At the same time that the Li clan attacked Gu Fei, the Sky clan also had experts appear. Someone once saw a white-robed, middle-aged man kill a supremacy-level water dragon in the Primogenitive mountain range. That was a sword technique created by the Sky clan. That's the Sky sword of the Sky clan. Someone recognized the power of the sword that the white-robed, middle-aged man had displayed. Someone also saw a young man from the Sky clan kill his way into a mid-tier sect and destroy it. The Sky clan's domineering entrance shocked the entire southern region. The entire southern region was about to be engulfed in a storm. This was a superstorm that would engulf the entire southern region and even affect the entire primogenitor realm. Chapter 3885. Gu Fei's seclusion wasn't a secret, but Gu Fei had just defeated Curmudgeon Chu. Who would dare provoke him now? However, while he was in seclusion, the southern region of the primogenitor realm was in turmoil. With Li Changtian's high-profile appearance and the heavenly clan's return to the world, the entire southern region was undergoing unbelievable changes. The Li clan became unbridled. When Li Changtian returned, he killed his way to the Black Tortoise Holy Land and killed Sovereign Black Tortoise in one move. When news of the Black Tortoise Holy Land's destruction spread, the entire world was shocked. One had to know that the Black Tortoise Holy Land's inheritance was incomparably ancient. Some said that it was the inheritance of the primogenitor realm's first Black Tortoise. Sovereign Black Tortoise was a mid-level extreme grade expert. With a Black Tortoise Dao treasure to protect him, he could compete with a grand completion supremacy. However, such a powerful sovereign Black Tortoise had been killed by Li Changtian in one move. The Black Tortoise Dao treasure was taken away. Not only was the southern region shaken, but the entire primogenitor realm was shaken. Li Changtian was a supremacy even older than Curmudgeon Chu. The heavenly clan's return was much more low-key. However, the older supremacies knew that the heavenly clan was stronger than the Li clan and more difficult to provoke. Those who had seen the heavenly clan's old clan leader in action were all dead. No one knew how strong the heavenly clan's old clan leader was, but no one dared to underestimate the heavenly clan. One had to know that they were the most ancient race in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei was very strong, but Li Changtian had returned, and the heavenly clan had come out. Before such a powerhouse, Gu Fei didn't have much of an advantage. No one knew how strong the Li clan and the heavenly clan were. At this time, the Li clan had already begun to invade Gu Fei's territory, brazenly and unscrupulously. In one day, the Li clan had taken over all the territories that belonged to the Thunder Path supremacy and the other supremacies. The Li clan's territory had expanded fivefold. Many people did not think highly of Gu Fei. One had to know that the Li clan and the Tian clan were both veteran powers, and even had a High Lord overseeing them. Now, even the territory of the Shooting Sun Temple was under attack. 105 cities were occupied by the Li clan's experts. This made the Shooting Sun Supreme extremely angry. However, no matter how angry he was, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not dare to resist. Li Changtian did not care about Gu Fei. If he angered this guy, he could very well kill his way to the Shooting Sun Temple's ancestral grounds. If Gu Fei was in seclusion, they would be the ones to die. At this moment, the Black Wind Supremacy, Purple Sun Supremacy, Heavenly Wind Supremacy, Mysterious Sky Supremacy, Shooting Sun Supremacy, and Thunder Dao Supremacy were standing guard in front of the Shooting Sun Shrine. These were Gu Fei's subordinates. These people would never betray Gu Fei, because if Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him. As for old ancestor Ying Tian and the others, they were much weaker. It should be known that only the supremacies were the main characters in the ancestral realm. Quasi-supremacies were merely supporting characters. A storm was brewing. An even greater storm was about to erupt in the entire southern region. The current situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei. This was because he was too sharp and all the supremacies felt threatened. At this moment, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the Shooting Sun Temple's ancestral hall. At this moment, the 9 Dao powers interweaved and collided with each other. He did everything he could, wanting to fuse these 9 powers of the Great Path together. If he succeeded, he would become the first person in history to do so. Even in the ancestral realm, no one had ever done such a shocking thing. The consequences of fusing the 9 Dao powers together might exceed Gu Fei's expectations. There were 9 types of Great Dao, and each of them had 9 perfect Dao patterns. 9 great Dao patterns meant that there were 81 Dao patterns. It was definitely not an easy task to perfectly fuse all 81 Tao patterns together. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body as the 81 Tao patterns constantly collided with each other and constantly shook off each other. Crack! Every time the 9 Tao patterns dispersed, Gu Fei's body would emit a bone-cracking sound as his martial body cracked. Hideous and terrifying cracks would appear on his body. Tao light that could make even supremacies rush out from the cracks on Gu Fei's body. If he had not been in seclusion in this cultivation room, the Tao light that rushed out from Gu Fei's body would have been enough to destroy the entire region and cause countless living beings to suffer. Even though the cultivation room was engraved with layers of extreme Tao marks, countless Tao marks were dispersed by the destructive Tao light that rushed out from Gu Fei's body. However, the dispersed Tao marks automatically repaired themselves at a very fast speed. Although 90% of the Tao aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body was blocked by the cultivation room, 10% of the aura still leaked out. Although it was only 10%, it was enough to make the shooting sun supreme and the others shudder. What is Master doing? The Black Wind Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral hall, exclaimed in shock. The aura coming from the ancestral hall was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like it was still increasing. Very strong, really very strong. It was so strong that the Black Wind Supreme couldn't take it anymore. The Black Wind Supreme's cultivation wasn't the weakest among the 6 supremacies. The Sky Wind Supreme's cultivation was the weakest, followed by the Black Wind Supreme. The Profound Sky Sovereign and the Purple Sun Sovereign were stronger than the Black Wind Sovereign, while the Thunder Tao Sovereign was stronger than the 2 of them. The strongest among the 6 supremacies was undoubtedly the Shooting Sun Supreme. He was at the phenomenal success of the extreme Tao, and with the divine bow in his hand, ordinary phenomenal success supremacies weren't a match for him. What Master is doing is not something we can ask, the Shooting Sun Supreme said indifferently. The Black Wind Supreme immediately shut his mouth. You guys are really boring. At this moment, a sloppy Taoist priest walked over in the void step by step in a drunken manner. This fellow was crazy Taoist. There was no doubt that the mad Taoist cultivation was stronger than the Shooting Sun Supreme's. This was because he had completely disregarded the powerful aura that was emanating from the ancestral hall. This drunkard. The 6 supremacies didn't like this fella, especially the Shooting Sun Supreme. On the first day that Crazy Taoist had arrived, he had visited his wine cellar. This fella had drunk all the supreme-grade immortal wine that the Shooting Sun Supreme had kept for most of his life. This had driven the Shooting Sun Supreme crazy. However, there was nothing he could do about this fella. The Shooting Sun Supreme couldn't wait for this fella to leave this place. The crazy Taoist was very mysterious. The 6 supremacies all felt that this fellow was a hidden danger that would erupt at any moment. No one knew which side he was on. He was always acting crazy. Chapter 3886. In the sky above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Shrine, a fiery light descended from the sky. A domineering figure appeared from the fiery light. That's the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others stood up in the void. Li Changtian, the Black Wind Supreme, was almost paralyzed by the mad Taoist's words. This fella is Li Changtian? The Shooting Sun Supreme held the sacred palace in his hand tightly. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of his eyes. This doesn't seem to match the legend, the Thunder Supreme said doubtfully. Although the figure in the sky above the ancestral hall had a domineering aura, it was too weak. It was much weaker than old Monster Chew. This is just a clone of Li Changtian's divine fire, the mad Taoist said. I see. No wonder. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others understood. You have a long life. You're still alive and kicking. At this moment, the figure bathed in fiery light above the Shooting Sun Shrine suddenly looked at the mad Taoist. TSK, aren't you still alive and kicking? The mad Taoist pointed his middle finger at the figure in the sky. This fella is crazy. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked. Although it wasn't Li Changtian's real body, it didn't look like a clone to be trifled with. Only one of the 5 elements clone is here? You're underestimating Gu Fei. The mad Taoist said disdainfully. Humph, is that so? Li Changtian's divine fire clone sneered and stomped down with his right foot. A violent wave of fire elemental energy surged out from beneath his feet. Rumble! The entire Shooting Sun ancestral hall immediately shook. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns appeared above the shrine and soared into the sky. They formed an extreme Tao-level formation above the shrine. The extreme Tao-level aura spread in all directions. All the disciples in the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Shrine were alarmed. Retreat 1 billion miles. The Shooting Sun Supreme ordered all the disciples. Countless disciples of the Shooting Sun Shrine were shocked. Retreat 1 billion miles? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out here? Many disciples of the Shooting Sun Temple shuddered at the thought of the Ying Tian ancestral land being erased from this world. The Ying Tian ancestral land had been destroyed because of the extreme grade war that had erupted there. Of course, the ancestral ground of the Ying Sky sect could not be compared to the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Temple. They were not on the same level. The ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Temple was protected by layers of extreme spirit arrays. Even if a battle broke out, it might not be able to destroy the ancestral land of the Shooting Sun Temple. One had to know that there was an ancestral vein beneath the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Divine Palace. The extreme grade Great Formation was powered by the power of the ancestral vein. Its power was so great that even a peak extreme grade sovereign would not be able to break through. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supremacy's expression changed when he saw Li Changtian's fire avatar stomping on the entire Shooting Sun ancestral hall. Because no one knew better than him how strong the defenses of the ancestral hall were. Li Changtian has mastered the 5 elemental doppelgangers. Each doppelganger possesses the battle prowess of the peak of the extreme path. With the 5 elements combined, he can even fight supremes of the extreme path. Mad Taoist shook his head and explained. What? The Shooting Sun Supremacy. And the others were shocked when they heard this. Li Changtian was actually so powerful and terrifying. His doppelgangers could even fight supremes of the extreme path? This was too inconceivable. Drunkard, you talk too much. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stared at Mad Taoist and said coldly, TSK, so what if I talk too much? Can you bite me? Really? Mad Taoist said disapprovingly. You, Li Changtian's divine fire avatar, released a wave of peak extreme path energy, causing the surrounding void to vibrate continuously. With a wave of his right hand, a fiery light immediately rushed towards Mad Taoist. In the next moment, the fiery light turned into a fire dragon and pounced towards Mad Taoist with bared fangs and brandished claws. The mighty power of divine fire emanating from the flaming dragon incinerated the surrounding void. Io, are you really going to bite me? Are you a mad dog? Mad Taoist yelled as he turned around and ran away. It was strange that Mad Taoist had actually managed to dodge the attack of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. The fire dragon was actually unable to catch up to Mad Taoist. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. They had thought that Mad Taoist was unafraid of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. Who would have thought that he would actually turn around and run away faster than anyone else? What should we do? The 6 Supremes were on guard. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar actually had the battle strength of a peak extreme path expert. Didn't that mean that he could suppress them? Gu Fei, do you dare to come out and fight? At this moment, Li Changtian's divine fire avatar did not even glance at the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others. Noisy! At this moment, a voice was heard from within the Shooting Sun ancestral hall. Then, the tightly shut doors of the hall slowly opened and a figure walked out. Master has come out of seclusion. The Shooting Sun Supremacy was surprised and overjoyed when he saw that person. "There's no need for my main body to deal with this fellow." The young man in black placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. He took one step at a time and arrived in front of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. Another avatar? The shooting sun supremacy was dumbfounded when he heard this. Master had only used an avatar? Humph. It seems like I've underestimated you. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stared at the young man in black and said coldly. Although he was an avatar, he still possessed Li Changtian's will. In fact, there was not much difference between him and Li Changtian. The only difference was that Li Changtian's main body was much stronger than his avatar. "You're a little stronger than old Monster Chu." Gu Fei's avatar looked at Li Changtian's divine fire avatar indifferently and said calmly, "I heard that even old Monster Chu was defeated by you." "Very good." Li Changtian's divine fire avatar suddenly laughed. The three supremacies of the southern region of the primogenitor realm were in a competitive relationship. Old Monster Chu's defeat at the hands of Gu Fei had become a laughingstock for Li Changtian. "You're no exception." Gu Fei's avatar said indifferently, "Is that so?" Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stopped smiling and stared at Gu Fei. A shocking aura suddenly erupted from his body. "What?" The shooting sun supremacy and the others immediately found it difficult to breathe. The powerful peak extreme, grade divine aura suppressed them so much that they could not even straighten their backs. The shooting sun supremacy and the others had no choice but to retreat. A battle of this level was no longer something they could endure. If they were caught up in it, they would either die or be severely injured. "Let's fight,"